You don't
Because
know,
no
you
one
are
has ever
guessing.
no one,
NASA,
no, I'm not. There's
NASA
no
itself.
one. Listen, you say I'm guessing, but no one I've ever seen has cited an accurate observation that the atmosphere pressure has gone up as they've gone. You know, it's got more. The air's got more dense as they've gone up. All the measurements consistently
Sorry,
show that.
but
Okay,
NASA itself has sent balloons. Echo 2, supposedly one of the satellites, which is Echo 2, which uses an aerostat, which is gas lighter than air to float a balloon in quote unquote space.
yeah.
Right. So why would they need gas that's lighter than air to float a balloon, their satellite balloon, in space?
Well, that's that. Excuse me. I'm surprised you're asking that question. The rest of the infrastructure of the balloon has a significant enough density that you need a displacement mechanism, don't you?
They're
Do you
using an
understand?
aerostat. You know what is an aerostat?
Yes, but rarefication at the atmosphere at that stage still offers you the same displacement. You can still use the same displacement mechanism you use to get a balloon from 100 feet to 1,000 feet. You just need a shit ton more lift, don't you? Because the air was more rarefied.
No, no,
There,
no. This was supposedly launched in space. Now, do you
but
understand
in
what
order to
happens to a balloon? What happens to a balloon in a vacuum?
a balloon in the vacuum. Well, a balloon if it was a higher pressure system, then it would collapse on itself.
What is a vacuum according to them? Is it higher?
It's not according to them. A vacuum is a lower pressure system than the
It's
one
a
outside of it.
way lower system, almost zero.
Yeah, well, you can have gradients of vacuum,
Uh,
but yes, you're right. It's a
Yeah,
lower
but
pressure system.
what they're saying was it's 10 to the negative 17 tour out in space,
yeah,
right? Where they're
well,
supposedly sending these satellites, but
You can,
they're using an aerostat that is lighter than air to float a balloon up there.
yeah, but you do. Have you ever seen a meteorological? All right, I know what you're saying. Have you ever seen a high altitude meteorological balloon when it's when it's launched initially? It's got a tiny amount of gas in it, yeah, and as it gets up, it inflates and it
It's,
inflates and it inflates, yeah. So
of
that balloon
course.
at that height, wherever height it's at, it
yeah,
doesn't have.
because
It's got an amount of. It's got a tiny amount of gas in it. It's just extremely
listen,
rarefied. It's taken up a
Baza,
big volume.
This is the
Baza,
issue, though.
Baza.
When
With
this is the
altitude,
issue, though. When when they turn on their vacuum in NASA or wherever it is, that it goes to what, negative
mm,
10 or negative 6.
no, 10 to the negative 6
What
Thor.
happens to all what how much does it have to be reinforced? How much does it have to be reinforced for the air will come in, and the air still comes in?
Yeah, I don't think that's got anything to do with what we're saying right now.
So the
They have to
lowest
use.
vacuum is the lowest vacuum we can technologically achieve at NASA is 1 millionth of a torr, and that
Yeah,
is way far high pressure, way bigger than 10 to the minus 17. 10 to the minus 12 is 1 trillionth of one
yes,
torr. And
we all understand. It's an
I'm not
exponential
sure,
scale. We get it.
I'm not sure you can provide me an industrial gauge that can measure that kind of low pressure. Show me a physical instrument.
What's that got to do with any of this?
Well, how? I mean, to
We're skirting
even
around.
claim that, no, listen, no,
Listen.
to claim that 10 to the minus 12 torr is possible, you have to show me that it's physically measurable.
Well, and that's like saying you can make so they can't make a claim of the temperature of the sun because you can't have a sensor that wouldn't melt before it got there.
No, Paza.
Isn't that
With temperature also, listen, Paza, with temperature also, there are boundaries. we cannot have millions of degrees. We don't.
Why not?
The
What do you mean,
maximum temperature we can achieve. Do you know what are the maximum temperatures that we can achieve technologically?
There are like millions of degrees in labs and with where?
Yes, we could do plasma. We could make plasma.
At the moment, yeah. At the moment, they're trying to get reactors going, aren't they, for electrical fusion reactors, and they have to have huge amounts of energy in place for those sort of things to take place. And that's all it means.
I know you can focus a huge amount of energy into one place, but
that's what temperature is.
You don't actually listen. You will never be able to get an accurate measurement of how much energy will be actually really manifesting in that place, and what the highest temperatures we can achieve.
That's a statement. That's an assertion you're making.
It's only just calculation. You don't know what happens with matter at those tiny levels.
And neither do you. But the point is this, okay, right? Yeah, temperature is only a measurement of how much energy is in a location at any given time. That's ultimately what it boils down to. Yeah, it's excitement of a system with energy. That's what a temperature distills down into. Yeah. Now, if they pump a quantity of energy into a
matter itself has a limit of energy that it can carry.
Who said that?
Huh?
What do you mean?
Show me an object that you can put whatever amount of energy in it, a ball, you can throw it at any kind of wall, and that ball is unbreakable, and the wall also will be unbreakable, no matter how hard you throw them.
That's got nothing to do with how much. That's got nothing to do with how much energy is in the system. That's a parallel discussion. But the point,
well,
it comes back to,
I'm telling you that things, these things you call atoms, they don't hold their state anymore at such high temperatures.
They break
they have
down.
a limit. They break down.
They lose.
But the energy is still. Listen, it's still an energetic system. There's still energy in the system.
But that energy you still put in there, it's already more than you require to achieve that breakdown of that matter. And that energy you put now there, you put it into what?
Well,
you still consume it because your machine, I know, you build this powerful machine that can consume a lot of energy.
This is an interesting conversation, but it's going away from the original point I made, which is there's an
So can we stop real quick? We're about to have ladies' night tonight. Hold on. We're going to have a ladies' night tonight, and we can continue this particular conversation, but you're going to do that with the ladies if you would like. We're going to hand it over to them. One last.
Go back on. So I will be back. Yeah, but I've got off now. So, sorry, I didn't mean to hold anything up. I didn't mean to.
No, it's fine. You're good. Fine. Come back and talk to the ladies. All yours, girls.
No, cheers. Bye.
Okay, I already started the event, so I guess I'll start it. I thought you ladies already started it, but apparently not, because there's some kind of marathon session going on with somebody. Who was that you guys were just talking to?
Yay. Sorry, Mom. It was Paza.
We all had to get our 1,000-word in before you started.
Oh, and he left. I thought you guys said you were handing him over, but apparently he didn't want to talk to us. That's fine.
He had to leave, he said. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be back.
It's all Sasha's fault.
Okay, well, then you just for
gas pressure without a container. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, that's what he didn't. Imagine that, Get Big Ed. He didn't have gas pressure without a container. Imagine that. Yeah. Same old story. Another rerun, different characters, same story. It was a remake, right? Yeah, so anyway, feel free for future reference. If anybody else ever wants to start the ladies' night, I was just cleaning up dinner, so you don't have to wait for an invitation. If it's ladies' night and you're a lady, then go ahead and start it. Because I see we've got several women in here. Huh?
What advice a lady?
Thank you. So yeah, we're here at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server 2.0. It's Friday, February 18th, 2022. It's time for the Flat Earth Ladies Night. Appreciate Nathan creating the event. See, if you just start slacking off, then other people will start doing stuff. That's what I've learned. Yeah, that's why I had to hold myself back. It's like, slack off, do it, you can do it. Come on, slack off some more. And so I didn't make the event, and Nathan made it. So isn't that cool? Yeah, anywho, the Battle Modest, a.k.a. Shines, is here. I don't know if she can say hello. Can you unmute?
Hello. Yep, I can unmute. I will be in and out because hubby is home tonight and has a few meetings. So, but I will mostly be here for the entire event. So I'm really glad to be here, and it's good to hear everyone's voices. Good to hear from you, Dandelion. Looking forward
you too.
To what everyone has to say tonight.
Glad you're here. You missed last week with Bob User. Since he had a 7-day sentence, he'll probably get out of jail sometime during Ladies' Night tonight.
Bob was here last week?
Do you know Bob? Bob User? I mean, how many Bobs are there? You think it's the same Bob?
Well, I'm hoping it's the same Bob. Dr. Bob, who likes to, give quizzes with yes or no answers and is always setting people up for failure. That Bob? Trying to
I think it might be a different Bob. This was the guy that had that common disease that globers have where they can't actually say they live on a spinning globe because they think they're like in this like weird existential reality where they think like if they just don't claim they live on a spinning globe, then we won't be able to hold them to any claims, and then they can kind of weasel out of it. He wanted to talk about everything out under the sun except for any kind of proof of curvature or rotation. But I don't know. It could be the same guy. I don't know.
No, it's not.
You didn't miss anything.
Yeah, Drake's actually
the short version.
It's not Dr. Bob. It's little mini Bob. So it's a little mini me of Dr. Bob.
Okay, let's call him Mini Bob.
I like that. I'm sad that I missed it. I'm sad that I wasn't.
Well, don't be too sad, Kat, because I'm sad I was there.
Miss much.
Anyway,
yeah. I get sad as well. That's hilarious.
But anyway, yeah. So, anywho, let's see. We got Damsel Medic. Has she said anything yet?
She has not.
Okay. A lot of times she can't talk at the beginning, so maybe we'll hear from her later on. And let's see. If I missed anybody, let me know. KJ's here with her diamond emoji. Hi, KJ.
Hey.
How's it been going around here? I haven't been here much because I've been really busy.
Pretty well.
How's it been going?
Say.
Very good. Oh, and Carmen just popped in right ahead of you there, and so now I get to say hi to her. Maybe she's not ready to say hello yet, though. But it's good that Carmen's here. We're going to do Carmen's going to be helping me out with my part of the Avoid Logical Fallacies presentation. I should share that in the live stream in case anybody hasn't heard of that yet. That is happening in couple days now, and it should be a good show, so hopefully people can make it.
Yeah, I have not heard about that, so please send a link. I would love to be there for that.
Okay, I'll put it in.
Yeah, I didn't hear about that either.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, there's Damsel Medic. Yeah, so there it is. If you want to click on interested, it's on Sunday. Oh, okay, and CB says there's a bunch of EC verified people in here. Struble, Stacy, Burns, Yazid, Andy UK53, and Guy LaDouche. Oh, that's great. So if any of you people have questions about the Flat Earth, this is a great night to get them answered. Veronica K's here. Hi, Veronica K.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Hello.
Yeah, who was that just said hello?
It was me, Yazid.
Yazid. Okay. Hello, Yazid. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Okay, good. Yeah, we're glad you joined us. So, welcome to the server. Did you just recently join?
I have joined like 2 years ago. I didn't have a chance to have a long chat since my first chat with the people here.
Oh, great. What was the first chat like 3 years ago? You remember?
It was about what we observe, and I had a long discussion about 2 hours with the people here. and they asked me some questions. I asked some questions about what people think that Earth is, the shape, whether it's this or that. I gave some observations. They gave me their observations. And we did not come to a conclusion or anything. We just ended the conversation with open questions. I didn't have a
kind of
chance
like a
to come back.
Oh, keep going. You didn't have a chance to come back until today?
Yeah, now I'm just finishing my work, and I thought I'd check what's going on here.
Good timing, because this is the ladies' night. So we do this once a week, and not really an affirmative action program, even though some people accuse us of that. It's really just more of a, spotlight or a feature on the women of the flat earth who sometimes have a different approach toward introducing the concept that the fantasy globe model has absolutely zero basis in objective reality. On Saturday, we feature the silver and gold members of the server. That's tomorrow afternoon. So I'll put that event in the live stream voice text too. So in case anybody's new to this event system, Precious Metal Takeover, did I say that is tomorrow? You can click on interested and then you get a notification of the event. Not only that, but the other wonderful feature is that it converts the time into your time zone, which is great because we have a lot of problems with that around here with people all around the world. So anyway, Yazid, what were your observations of the place where you live, the Earth? What are your observations about it?
I see. I like to go on the bike and move around. I live in somehow of a desert area, and there are a lot of mountains. I go around, and I said that I see some curvature. But
oh boy! Wow! Sure. Did you do any measurements or documentation of this curvature, or even photographic evidence? Because nobody else we've never had anyone ever come here with any for years now verifiable, testable, repeatable, verifiable scientific evidence of curvature. Of this fantasy globe that we're told existed. So, where did you see this curvature, Yazid?
I go to mountain heights a lot, and
wow, because I've been out in the Rocky Mountains in the Western United States, very high mountains. I spent days climbing and never saw any curvature at all. In fact, the higher you get, the more flat the horizon looks. That's been my experience. So I don't know what's going on there, Yazid, but a person's anecdotal attempt to see something that isn't there, or wishful thinking fallacy, as we call it, isn't evidence. It's not a measurement. So maybe did they tell you last time how we've actually measured the Earth and found that it lies flat, not only in long distance observations, but documented laser tests where the laser hits the target when the target should be hidden behind hundreds of feet of curvature if we did live on a spinning globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. Did anybody tell you about that, Yazid?
Oh yeah, they said something about that. So when I said I went and I noticed curvature, I didn't say that I have proof of the curvature. I said I noticed some slight, maybe it's just some placebo effect I have just in the back of my head. Maybe I'm not here to bring evidence, or I'm just here to discuss, because I don't have any pictures. I don't have any evidence. I'm just here to answer questions or ask questions.
There is a video in live stream at 24 minutes past the hour at the top of Everest, where you can see him go a full circle around, and you can see the horizon is completely flat the whole circle around. So if since you were talking about mountains and such.
Yeah, that might be interesting to see.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out, Karma. That's good. I like that. I don't think I've ever seen that one before.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, and then biggest point about that is that we see when we look out in front of us, And then we look to the left and we look to the right. That's 180 degrees. When we turn in a circle, we see 360 degrees. We're just seeing in a circle. That circle doesn't equate a sphere. So no matter how high we go, we're seeing a circle. And when people show posts of videos like the one that Seb just posted, they might take like a little section of it and be like, oh, look, here's curvature. When that's not actually land, that's just, that's just the Atmos. And so we will see a little bit of, swaying within that, whether it's due to clouds or whatever is happening in one corner to the next, but that doesn't mean that the land is actually curving. So any kind of high altitude, anything that's ever been shown outside of them, with their fake imagery from the ISS, whatever, everything that we know people have actually taken without using a wide angle lens is that we're just seeing in a 360 degree circle of an area. And then there's a boundary around that we can't get beyond because we can't see that far beyond how far we're seeing. It's that easy.
So what is the model that it is you guys think of the Earth right now? So I don't understand the model that you guys are agreeing on.
Why do you need a model?
Because I want to understand how the Earth is.
So why do you need like a model to do that? In order to understand something, do you always need a model to understand what something is? You have to have like a duplicate of it on a smaller scale in order to understand what something is?
No, not a physical model, just an explanation of the model.
Yeah, so you can have explanations. That doesn't mean that it's a model.
Just like a visual aid,
Yeah, just
and so that's exactly. So you can have explanations and you can, give facts to what is going on. That doesn't mean that you need to create an actual model of exactly what it's supposed to be on a different scale.
That's not what
I'm not about it. I'm not about the actual physical model. I'm just an explanation of how it is.
So then we need to start on like simple questions to figure out what things you aren't understanding, and then that's basically it. But we're not saying that we have a model. That there's like some comparison to what reality is to what we can actually say this is exactly what it is.
But the globe people do have a model that works and explains everything.
Talking right now? I'm so sorry. There's too many people talking right now. Who was that? Who said that there was a globe model? Guy Ladouche. Okay.
Guy Ladouche.
Guy Ladouche. Oh, I'm so sorry for mispronouncing Guy. So no, they don't have a model that actually works, and that's the problem. Is that people buy into thinking that they have a model.
We can make predictions.
No, you have not made any predictions that were not already previously made. What predictions?
Tell you exactly what time the sun's going to be coming up tomorrow.
That's great. That was already being done prior to the globe model.
We can tell you exactly
post-predictions, not prediction.
What the moon is going to look at every time, at every moment.
That was already being done before anybody believed in the globe model, and Karma was correct. Go ahead, Karma. Say it again.
The globe model was way back.
It's not a prediction, it's a post-diction. Once you already observed something to happen every day, and then you say, that's definitely going to happen tomorrow. That doesn't mean
I can sit there and tell you what the moon is going to do tomorrow.
Every time.
Okay, dude, cannot interrupt.
It's based on old observations. It's not a prediction of what will happen next. It's already been... Have you heard of the source cycle?
I won't interrupt you if you don't interrupt me.
She asked me to say what I was saying, and then you interrupted me.
I wasn't done my explanation.
What I was asked to
you interrupted me.
No. You're getting really excited.
Sir, Guy Ladouche.
Settle down a little bit.
Now you've been changed to Model Guy Ladouche, Model Guy. If you would like to go back and listen to the live stream later to micromanage and analyze your own performance and talk about how wonderful you are and show your family and friends how you never interrupted the ladies, that's fine. I'm here to tell you interrupted them numerous times. And so while someone was giving you the answer to your question, you started talking in the middle of the response. It's possible there's some kind of delay here, but we're not going to spend a lot of time arguing about the moderation. So when you ask a question, wait for the answer and then listen to the response before you continue talking. Thank you.
Well, and furthermore, to expound on that is somebody else was talking and then you jumped in. So what we usually do on Ladies' Night is we have a one-on-one. and we talk to somebody, and if it's decent conversation, then other people are allowed to join in as well. We try to keep it as respectful and peaceful as possible. So there was somebody else who was talking to us, and I'm not sure what their name was on here, but if they wanted to continue speaking with us, they should get a chance before we move on.
I totally agree. Shines, I'm so glad you're talking about Yazid, who actually came in here willing to actually talk about reality and what he's actually observed, and then this dude just stepped all over it. So thank you for bringing us back to Yazid before he gets stepped all over by Mr., victim dude there. And then we can come back to victim dude after we're done talking to Yazid, who's been more than polite and understanding and considerate. Great idea.
Thank you.
Yes. If any of you other ladies want to continue talking to Yazid, I think that's a great idea.
So my request was the explanation of the current state of Earth. So if I
want you to be specific about that. Like when you're talking about the current state of Earth, you're objectifying Earth to mean like, it's this object, right? And so what aspect of that object are you even talking about? We can talk about water, we can talk about land, we can talk about gases, we can talk about all kinds of different things. So if you can keep it specific, then it will be more fruitful.
Okay, so let's say I travel in a straight line forward and never come back. What do I find? Do I find myself in the same spot, or do I find an edge, or what do I find?
Well, here's the thing: well, we don't know. We can't go beyond a certain point. And even if you were able to get the paperwork to go beyond a certain point, it's so cold and frigid. We don't know what's going on beyond the 60th parallel, and we don't know what's going on towards the center, towards the north. We're met by military, and no average Joe can just go out there. You would need millions, if not billions of dollars to even try and traverse that, plus get the paperwork and figure that out. So what we usually only talk about is what we can talk about. And that's anything, in between, like, so prior to the 60th parallel and anything farther out than the center, which is north. That's the only area that we can actually discuss. And within that area, we know, number one, we see too far. That level is actually level. Level is not curving. A straight line isn't, we're not going to take Euclidean geometry and then put it into spherical geometry. We know how the geometry actually works. We know that level is horizontal. That's why it's called the horizon. And we know that all horizontals are perpendicular and parallel to each other. Though they might not appear to be, like if you look at train tracks and all kinds of stuff, parallel can look like it's actually merging with things when in fact it's actually not.
So if we say that the Earth is a circle and not a globe, and it is surrounded by military at the edge and whatever it is at the center, and everything is in between the edge and the center, every continent, every land, all the water. Is that what the explanation is?
Okay, I'm so sorry. I was being spoken at and I didn't get to hear what you said. I'm sorry, that's so rude. If you could just repeat yourself, I'm so sorry.
Okay, so the current explanation says that the Earth is a circle and the edge is guarded by military and needs paperwork to check what's on the other side. That's what I picked up from your explanation. Is that right?
It looks like she had to drop out.
She must have dropped.
Okay.
She must have had an issue there, so I'm sure she'll be back.
But yeah, so the South Pole is quite hard to get into because a lot of scientific testing, all that stuff goes on there, allegedly. So I think that's why you can't really go there.
Let's talk about what we're observing.
I'm so sorry. Hold on. My Wi-Fi disconnected, so I just got back on. I swear, I don't know. I'm sure it's a very easy question, so if you could tell me one more time, unless I missed, you guys already gave him the answer.
What I got from an explanation is that there is a center and it is accessible and people might have gone there, and on the edges it is not accessible, and it's hard to get there, and it's guarded by military.
Yeah, so it's not just the edges that are. So basically, the way that the globe looks at it is that Antarctica is at, the bottom, and that is just this little, not little, but this large chunk of ice, and that's it. And then, yes, people cannot get to that. But when you look at like how we're looking at it, so basically it's the AE map where Antarctica surrounds all of the continents like a lakeshore would. Right? We're like in this little puddle, and Antarctica surrounds that. So it's not just Antarctica we can't get beyond. We can't get beyond the 60th South parallel. And yes, of course, we have, I think it is Wolfie that's in the chat. It might not be him, but who knows? That, people have been to Antarctica. Of course, we know this. I have family members that have been to Antarctica. Really cool stuff. Awesome. That doesn't mean that you get to freely explore Antarctica. You're taken to a ceremonial place with a pole in it, and you get to like hang around on these tiny little bits of it. You don't get to explore all of it. So anybody who says that, I mean, they're being deluded by government and by science and all these things. Their minds just can't wrap around that it's so much larger than the little area that they're being taken to. So yes, we can't get farther beyond the 60th parallel. And we can't get close to what's actually at the center towards the actual north. That's also met by military, and you need paperwork and like all this kind of stuff. And there are certain areas that you can look up where no flights are allowed to travel around them whatsoever. I think it's like 500 miles by 500 miles by like this perfect area where no one's allowed to even do air travel over. So there are mysteries to this world, and everybody's like, oh yeah, we have it all figured out. It's no big deal, when we don't.
Oh, never.
So we're sticking only to what we can discuss, and what we can discuss is outside of that north center and inside of the 60th parallel. This little prison planet, whatever you want to call it, the area that we are only allowed to traverse, and in that area we are allowed to traverse in, level is horizontal. All horizontals are parallel and perpendicular to one another. So it is not a sphere. It is not an oblate spheroid. It is not a pear. It is not all these other things that they're saying due to Euclidean geometry and how we witness the world that we live in.
A little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped. Yeah.
And some government is guarding these edges for some reason. I don't know. Why would they do that? It's weird.
It's called a treaty. We have an Antarctic treaty. Longest running treaty that's never been broken either by multiple countries who claim to be enemies. But yeah, they all have namies, and they can run ops on it. It's not that hard.
There must be something precious behind that border, so that they're protecting it this hard.
Might be.
I mean, the fact that we go outside and observe that the Earth is flat, right?
Also, just a random question: Has anyone ever been, or like on this server, been known to convert either way? Like realize differently, Has a flat earther become a globe earther, and a globe earther being a flat earther?
I've never seen a genuine flat earther become a globe earther. Some people have sold out on this little, that little YouTube clown show they got going on there, where you can make money off of lying about the Earth. We have seen many globe earthers become flat earthers. That's the normal thing, because pretty much everyone here started out as a globe believer, because that's what most people are told. Unless they're raised by wolves or they're Ildico. But the rest of us, most of us were observant, thinking people who decided to disprove this flat Earth for whatever reason, because we were told, it's a psyop. If we were in the truth movement, if we're in the regular world, we were told it's a conspiracy theory, or we were told they were stupid, they were in the dark ages, so we decided to disprove it. And that's occurred to many, many people who set out to disprove it. If they are willing to follow the evidence objectively where it leads, then they are led to the obvious conclusion that the globe has zero verifiable evidence whatsoever. An example of this would be Dr. John Dee, PhD in photospectrometry. Photospectrometry. I got to say that 10 times fast, right? G. Morse Brown until I learn it.
I wouldn't be able to say that.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to say. I think it's easier when you're looking at it. When I try to bring it up from my head, it's easier. I mean, it's harder. But anywho, he decided to disprove it, and he ended up proving it to himself. That's just one example. I usually throw that out there for new people because, they love that PhD thing, right? Because they think flat earthers are stupid. Yeah. So I'll put some examples. I'll tag you in the channel. I'll tag you in the channel with some of Dr. John Dee's work. He's a great example of a former glober who became a flat earther. But there's thousands of examples. That's the way people go. It's only if they're stuck in cognitive dissonance or have psychological problems that they are unable to follow the evidence where it leads. Anybody else have an answer for G. Morse Brown? That's a great question. That was kind of like,
it is.
I mean, we don't hear that one very often. So any other women have an answer for him?
Dandelion, I wanted to capitalize on what you said because that's so true that just about anybody that we've ever met, honestly, when it comes to this topic, becomes a skeptic to that globe outer space religion that we've all been fed. There's no such, I've never seen anybody honestly go back to an outer space television fantasy, and the way that Dandelion quotes it is so eloquent. But that's the point. Every one of us used to believe in that magical globe Earth, and that's now there's millions of people that realize it's not true. But yeah,
I'm curious, what's going on? Who are you, G. Morse? Because it says that you're a globe birther, and you're talking on ladies. I'm just wondering what's going on here.
I don't know.
I'm you a globe birther? I'm confused.
Yes, I am. Yes.
No. So G. Morse. So you're a globe birther.
Yes.
Who was just speaking then? Because I guess you just have a ring around your thing all the time. That's my bad. It looks like you're always speaking because you have a ring around you. So
G. Morse is the one that asked if we've seen conversions.
That's my bad. So my bad was I was looking at his thing and I thought he was speaking, and I was like, I was so confused. Why is he agreeing with Dandelion? He's a globe birther. So that was my fault.
I shouldn't be speaking anyway. Yeah, this should be for the ladies.
You should change your green ring. Thank you.
Here we go. I think it's fixed now.
Thank you.
I just had voice sensitivity automatic stuff on.
No worries. Yeah, I was just like, wait, why was he saying that? Because I didn't scroll to look at anyone else speaking. I just was there and thought it was you. No worries. It was just funny.
Shine, something you said earlier, though, that they do miss this, and I've realized that you probably have to tell them it several times, maybe 100 times, but when you mentioned that they believe the Earth is an object, that's literally the crux of their belief system. They don't realize that the Earth isn't something that you can put in your hands. It's not an object or a model.
It's not objectifiable.
Yeah, exactly.
They want to objectify the Earth, which is silly, for sure.
When I asked, they have another question. When I ask around about the seasons to the globe earthers, they have this explanation that the Earth is tilting and it is making the seasons differ from people on Europe. For example, now Europe has like winter or early spring. On the other hand, Australia is like in summer or whatever. So they have this explanation, but I wanted to ask about how seasons work in this explanation that the Earth is a circle. How does the seasons work?
I was typing a really long message, so if nobody else wanted to respond to that, I would need to hear that again.
He wants to know how the seasons work on the flat Earth. So, go ahead if you want to, or I can do it, whatever.
You go ahead. I can chime in.
Okay, so Yazid, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, so this before I go into, a possible explanation based on what we actually observe, not based on the fantasy heliocentric model, which fails to predict, it fails to predict, most things. It's a failed model. It does not explain the seasons well either, as long as well as all the other things it fails to predict. You know, as was mentioned earlier when the, Mr. Interrupter was in here, many of the things they claim to predict were already predicted long before the failed heliocentric model came into existence. So in the case of the seasons, but before I went into that, I just wanted to explain, I don't know if it was you or someone else that asked about, a comprehensive model and so on. We don't claim a comprehensive model. We will present possible models that seem to actually match what we observe in the real world. So, we can easily come up with a possible model. It doesn't mean that we are, hold on, I got to finish this message. Okay, there we go. That does, okay, oh, look at that. CB put it in there for you. So there you go. Do you see that graphic at 47 minutes after the hour, Yazid?
Yeah.
Okay, so so apparently Model Guy, you have some listening problems. I just said we don't claim a comprehensive model. We do what models are actually best designed for, which is to present a possible explanation for one certain phenomenon. I'm talking slowly for Model Guy, not Model Gee. I'm sorry, Model Gee, not for you, Yazid. He has listening problems.
The way he even wants it.
Yeah, well, I like it actually that way because it reminds me of this whole Frasier skit about Gee versus Gay. When they went to the ski lodge. Did you see that one? When they went to the ski lodge and the gay ski instructor. That's what I always think. That's why I like saying it when they're like, "Oh, I'm not Guy Jean, I'm Guy Jean." I'm like, "Oh, yes, you are, Guy Jean."
You gay.
So funny.
I did hear you
I'm
on
gay.
your post diction.
I'm sorry, Model Guy. I got to finish my answer, Yazid. You know what? I'm a female Model Guy, so I get distracted. Anywho, we don't have a comprehensive model. If you look, Yazid, at 47 minutes after the hour, the sun's path over flat Earth. One possible explanation that actually matches what we observe, aka not a fantasy. So what appears to be occurring is that the sun is making tighter and tighter circles, as you see, and then the circles get bigger and so on. And so at different times of the year, you're going to have more sunshine concentrated on different parts of the earth. So
when the sun slows down?
Hold on. Are you going to make me X out this image just so I can mute you, Model Gee? I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Yazzie. Did you still miss that? That's been the lesson for the last, half hour? We're not talking to you.
Condescension.
Yep, I got a lot of just for you. I got more where that's coming from, Mr. Model Gee. Yeah, I'll be happy to talk to you when I'm done. You want some more condescension, Model Gee? I got plenty. I got wells for you. I got deep, deep wells of condescension saved up just for you, Model Gee. But right now I'm talking to Yazzie. Anyhow, the sun is, as you can see, moving over the Tropic of Cancer when you have, more sun and then less warmth in the northern parts of the world, and then it keeps moving differently, and then moving closer to the Tropic of Capricorn when we have winter here. So then it tells you there in the explanation there, this is why in the Northern Hemisphere we get longer, warmer days in the summer, shorter, colder days in the winter. So there's one possible explanation that actually seems to fit the evidence. Oh, you wanted to chime in, you said, Shines. Do you have something to add to that?
No, because I was actually trying to find a GIF and stuff, so I wasn't even paying attention. I'm so sorry.
Does that fit with the observations made in the Netherlands, to the north of the Netherlands, where they have the whole summer where the sun doesn't set? I mean, they have days with.
Are you talking about the Arctic or Antarctica?
No, not. I'm talking about the northern Netherlands.
Yeah, so you're talking about the Arctic, where they don't have the sun setting. That totally happens. Can be documented time and time and time and time and time and time and time again. I have family members who have made videos of that. The issue that we have, and it's not, and we have people that actually even live in that area, and they might even be able to attest to that. But what we don't have is 24-hour sun in the Antarctic. We might have daylight, which can be explained by multiple different reasons, but to actually see the sun 24 hours a day without it setting in the south has never been accomplished.
I was not talking about the Antarctica. I was talking about the Netherlands.
I know,
because
and
they have,
I was just proving my point.
Yeah, they have days and where the sun like sets for like 3 or 4 hours, and the rest of the day is 20. Yeah, so when their observation,
just like Alaska. I've been to Alaska, so I know. You're
Yeah.
talking about the 24-hour sun, or what they
Yes.
call the midnight sun. Yeah, we know
Yeah,
about this. It's
yeah.
been documented, just like she said. Whether it be the
Yeah,
Netherlands, whether it be Alaska, it's all the same. That's been
Yeah.
documented. And this idea of the way we're presenting it explains it better than your model does.
Yeah, I don't have a model. I'm a skeptic of both models. That's what I'm asking questions.
Well, you should be, because there shouldn't be a model. There is no model. You can't make a model if you don't know. And even if you did really know it, like still trying to make a model of the world and like all the you just can't do that. So you need to get out of this thing in your head where you keep fighting to have a model. Let that go. What we can do is we can discuss certain things that are happening. We can discuss the minutia of it. But this overarching scale of like everything is explained and placed into a model, it's not going to happen. Not anytime in our lifetime. There's still so much more to figure out. And anybody who says that they actually have a model, like Globers constantly are saying that they have their model.
Well, they do.
Their model does not. No, they do not. Their model does not work. The second law of thermodynamics. But it's broken. It's broken. It does not work. So they don't have a model. So we can go in this loop-de-loop over and over again. Oh, they have a model, but it doesn't work. But they still have one. It doesn't matter because it's broken. Yeah. So therefore, they don't have a model. They don't have a working model. So for them to claim that we need to have one is utterly ridiculous. Wait, let's not play fairy tale and claim that they do have one. They don't. So let's talk about something where we can actually talk about actual facts, not something that's made up, because that's what they like to do. Let's talk about actual facts. That's what we like to do.
Okay. The reason why I brought the 3-hour nights and the 21-hour days is that I don't seem to understand how that fits with the seasons and how the sun is above.
Okay, so have you ever there's tons of explanations for this, and they range depending on whose videos you're going to look at, and of course people are creating different simulations for each one, but it is quite simple. The closer that the sun is towards the north, the warmer that it is in that area, right? And it's in a smaller circuit going, which however it's moving, it's in a smaller circuit towards the north. And then the south is getting their summer. As the sun moves away from the north, then the north is getting their winter and the south is getting their summer. I don't understand how that's hard to understand.
No, that's not my question. My question is that the observations made in Alaska and North Netherlands, where they have the long days and the short nights, does not fit with this rotation of the sun here.
Because it doesn't work. It doesn't even work on the globe model. So this is why I kept telling you need to get down to the minutia of it. So what we need from you in order to have like this really good discussion, which I know we're right on the verge of having, is for you to explain, this globe model and how they're saying the sun is actually working, and then say like the sun actually works on this. And this is how I think it actually works. And then we can tell you how it doesn't work. And then how it doesn't, or how it doesn't work on, flat earth. Like you need to come up with something. Otherwise we're just kind of just not really saying anything. This argument isn't going to go anywhere if there isn't an actual argument. You can't just say it just doesn't work. Like you have to give us a reason why you think it doesn't work.
Why doesn't it work for the The globe Earth.
Why it doesn't work
or
for
this?
anything. Whatever your thoughts are, just be honest with them, and we can handle it. Like whatever it is that you are confused about, just let us know, and then we can, break it down piece by piece. But we need to know what you're actually saying. You can keep saying it just doesn't work, but I need you to explain why you think it doesn't work.
Because in this explanation, it says that the sun's path over the flat Earth, it seems like it is always shining, and there is no time for the 3-hour nights in the Netherlands.
Oh, okay.
I don't
So
see that.
I think I get what you're saying. So what you're saying is that it should always be lit up. So if the sun is close to the north, everything should be lit up all the time.
Yeah.
And there shouldn't be any kind of duration where there is night or day or any kind of anything. Well, there are times where there is 24-hour sun and it doesn't become night. So because at the north, it is very close, right? And so when the sun is going around, the sun doesn't ever set. And it's just a continual daytime. And then as it moves away, then you start getting nights again in the north, right?
No.
I don't understand. Then I don't understand your question.
It doesn't. If it moves away, it doesn't give nights. It seems from this picture that I'm seeing here.
What picture are you looking at?
Could someone send like a GIF of, I don't know, the sun moving around when you're at the North Pole or something, if that exists?
That's already been posted. The sun moving around the north was already posted at 55 minutes after the hour by Drace. You can see the sun. It's moving up and down and up and down, and it's never setting.
Yep.
It just never sets.
Yeah.
It looks like it's moving up and down. That doesn't mean it's actually moving up and down. It actually is because it's getting closer and further away. But to us, it appears like it's going up and down like a bouncy ball. But that's just an optical illusion. It's just simply getting closer and moving farther away. But it's not moving far away enough to provide night. And that's why it's a constant day. Does that make sense?
Is there anywhere where people have taken it where you can look directly up and see the sun rotating around? Well, I guess it doesn't matter if it's not. That doesn't matter.
You mean like from a ground positioning?
Yeah.
If you did that, you wouldn't be able to see the sun moving farther away because it's so up ahead that if you were to just lay a camera flat down on the ground and look up, you would see the sun when it was there, and then you would just see the sun go out of frame.
Okay.
Right? And then come back into frame. So when you were looking as a human being would look standing up, and we're seeing the sun, it looks like it's bouncing up and down, but it's really just perspective of it coming closer, farther away, closer, farther away, but it appears as if it's moving up and down. It's an optical illusion.
I
like how they added Mario at the bottom. That's a nice addition.
It's epic. Yeah.
It's probably to show that how the camera is moving.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna go take my kids to sleep. I might come back sometime later.
Please come back. It was a good conversation. I just really hope that you can come back with I really hope, even if you can take notes, if you watch videos or whatever, make things specific so we can actually answer those specific questions rather than just sweeping generalizations or anything like that. It really helps when there is extreme context to the questions that people ask.
Well, I'm now a scientist, and
neither are any of us. And you don't have to be a scientist to do this. This is you wake up in the world and you look at things. Even artists are sometimes even better at this than scientists because they understand perspective. So,
I'm not so deep in this. Yeah, I'm not so deep in this conversations to the point where I take notes, and I'm just on the surface. That's why I can't go deep right now. Maybe if I have a lot of free time, I might do that. So, anyways, good talking to you. See ya.
Thank you. It was good talking to you as well. Is there someone else who wants to speak besides, or that guy leave? Who else do we have in here, ladies?
Hi, I'm Stacy. I'm from Australia, and I'm new to this. I'm new to this server, but I've been a flat earther since late 2020. And yeah, I thought I'd drop in and join, even though it started at 6 a.m. here, so it was had to wake up early.
You're amazing for waking up early. Good morning. That's awesome. Welcome.
Yeah.
What brought you to Flat Earth?
Good morning.
Flat Earth started for me. I was doing a TAFE course, which is like in Australia the not so academic version of university, and I had a relief teacher for one session on one day, and then he was like full on conspiracy theorist. I say in quotations because he's more of a truth seeker, and he went on about like a bunch of things, and one of them was the flat Earth, and I listened to him, and I was mature enough to realize he wasn't just like sprouting out stupid nonsense. Whatever he was talking about, even though it was really like bizarre for me to hear because I'd not heard of it before, I could tell he was smart, and he must have, he wasn't just like dumb. He had good reasons for what he believed, but it was still a big thing for me to get my head around, so I kind of just shoved it aside for a few months, but eventually the flat earth thing came back, and I also have been raised as a Christian, so I would read the Bible, and then I'd read in Genesis, oh, God created the firmament, and I think, well, the firmament, outer space, I guess God didn't create the firmament, or like he did, but you kind of just disregarding verses like that as well. So eventually all of that sort of piled up, and I finally looked into it, and I came out thinking an enclosed earth system made more sense. And since then I've been sort of doing some curvature tests and stuff like that. I haven't been too successful yet, but I do like put some time into trying to do tests and stuff for myself. But I've come away finding out like mirages and atmospheric effects are really quite hard to avoid. But yeah, it's the flat Earth has given me a lot of appreciation for nature and curiosity, and I've even got a telescope now, and sometimes I'll track sunspots or look at the moon. So that's about where I'm at.
Okay, I would like to hear more about like what was it that this it was a professor, right? Not just like it was a professor. What was it that like clicked in you that you were like, whoa, this is what's wrong and this is not okay?
Well, I guess the first thing was he seemed genuine, and I guess that's what made me sort of care about what he had to say. But he rambled on about like a lot of stuff, and like sort of saying, like I don't really remember exactly what he said, but when he was saying things, it was confusing to me, so I didn't really remember much of the content he said because it was just so far beyond what I've been taught. But I think it was just in the aftermath of me finally looking into it myself after a few months, and also getting really annoyed that if I'm like, for me, I found that I'm still young. I'm 19, and I was sort of at a place where it's like, okay, I'm now like an adult. I need to figure out what I believe. Am I going to continue and be a Christian or like a Bible believer? Well, if I am, then I need to prove that the whole foundation of the creation story fits in with the Bible. And as I'm reading it, it looks like a firmament. There has to be like some sort of firmament. So I think it was mainly the concept of trying to. I didn't want to disprove my faith, so it was me trying to think, okay, I just need to make sure Genesis fits with. I mean, not to make it fit, but to see if it does fit. And
well,
yeah,
I don't mean to cut you off, but what I found really interesting there is that even if you had that inkling that no matter what my faith thinks, I'm going to go up against it and see what these people have to say and see if there's a good explanation for them getting rid of this firmament in my faith, you would have found that they're wrong. There has to be something because it goes against the second law of thermodynamics to say that there is no barrier, period, that there's nothing. And then all of a sudden there's space. So we're somehow confined, but nothing is actually confining us. Except for we can get into all that. And then there's gravity, which is actually stronger towards the center of mass, but things get to escape in there. Like none of it makes sense. So even if you were able to say, you know what, as much as I believe in what I believe in and I believe in the Bible, I'm going to stand against that and see if if anything that they say holds merit, and maybe I might be able to argue against it, no matter how much that merit is, they don't hold merit.
Yeah, like
it just they don't.
Coming in like developing my flat earth understanding, it really has taken me into like a whole logical sort of construct of thinking where, you know, you think about things holistically and observably instead of just academic jargon, which is all pseudoscience.
Yeah, I'm really happy you're here. Welcome. I don't know if anyone else wants to welcome to her to the server, but it sounds like you know, I really appreciate the fact that you even woke up early to be here. That's cool. So if you have any questions for us, or if anybody else wants to welcome her, yeah, or anything that you want to talk about, we're here.
I did also want to say she sounds awesome. Thanks for coming by. We're really happy to have you.
Yeah, I'll just say I heard everything you said, and you're spot on. So keep up the hard fight.
And I just want to reiterate, like, don't back down from that. Like, if you ever get in that position of like, oh, like I don't want to, you know, do anything against my faith or whatever, it just makes your faith stronger. And I'm going to tell you right now that no matter how far you look into this or what arguments you might come up against, your faith will only become stronger if you're speaking about Genesis and like the firmament. There's no possible way that they can explain this away, which they tried to do, but you will quickly find that their arguments are not arguments, even at best. It's not even an argument. They try to manipulate the natural laws of the world we live in, and they do a horrible job at that. So, yeah, stick to your guns and keep coming back. Clap, clap, it works. I'm just kidding. This isn't like an anonymous whatever, but yeah, you're on the right path. Keep walking it and walk it strongly.
Yeah, like the saying goes, the truth can stand investigation. And even in a biblical sense, if the God I believe in endorses truth, then I should seek truth, even if it ends up disproving him, which I hope it doesn't. I don't think it will. But, you know, like the concept, seek truth, and then you'll find it. But yes, as an Australian, I can also help in Southern Hemisphere observations while I'm assuming most of you guys are in the Northern Hemisphere. So we can get some nice data if anyone's ever keen on checking the sun at a certain time, doing logs like that.
I would love that. That's actually something we've been talking about. Well, me and my friends have been talking about is like getting multiple people across the globe. Like one of my friends posted something on TikTok and they were like, I can see the moon right here in the middle of the day. Like who else can see it? And people that should not be able to see the moon at all were able to see it. So like if we could organize things much better to have that like on a daily basis, like, okay, people who are willing to do check-ins, I can see this in the sky at this time, whatever, and like start documenting that, I think that would be fantastic. So yeah, I'm going to send you a friend request. Welcome to the server. We're so happy to have you here, and hopefully we can organize exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, that would be cool. Okay, thanks for welcoming me.
Okay, thank you to whoever gave her ladies' night as well. That was appreciated.
Yeah, she deserves that. At the
She
very
definitely deserves it.
Taking care of everything.
Yeah, thank you guys. That was amazing. So what else do we have? Is there anyone else new here, or I haven't actually been looking up and down or keeping track? I've been bad.
If that's being bad, I've been horrible. I've just been playing TV and listening in, and I've not been doing jack shit.
I've been trying my best. My husband is home today, so I'm pretty good about scrolling up and down and seeing who the new person is in the room or whatever. But yeah, I've been totally off my game today. So,
well, you're doing good for being off your game. I'm happy. Why didn't you take it, girl? Hey, there is somebody that looks like just to be verified. Okay.
Barnes.
Verified.
Wait, Barnes, like
Simpsons? Can you hear me?
Barnes? Oh, Burns. Oh yeah, like Simpsons. What's up?
She said I need to be verified.
Well, you are VC verified, but yeah, so you're coming in here, and then you get further verified by us to know whether you're a Glober, flat earther. I
didn't know that was a thing.
No. So this is Ladies' Night, and so during Ladies' Night, we just welcome people in, and we get to talk to them and figure out who they are. And you get to talk to the gals, and you're live. Yep.
All right.
So how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. I'm actually a student in college right now. I'm studying electrical computer engineering. But this kind of stuff has just interested me because I am, I guess you'd say I am a globe earther, but I don't like to just believe... I don't like to just assume that I'm right about everything, so I like to look at all sides of the argument. It's interesting to me.
So you're in the middle. You're an earther. You're just trying to figure stuff out.
I would say I'm definitely more leaning on the globe side.
That's what I was reaching for. Okay, so you're more leaning on the globe side. So why?
I've definitely had discussions in here before. I think there was something that happened with this server a while ago where it got remade or something. So I'm not necessarily new, I don't think, but I don't really come around here often. My main opinion on that is just things that I observe that have been released from tons of people, which I know you guys think are lying or are incorrect in their studies, which they might be. But there's a lot of things that go into it, so it's kind of hard to... I might have to write a book on that if I really wanted to state my full opinion.
I don't understand. Like, it should be quite simple. I think what you just said was kind of like loose and relaxed, but I think that there has to be a reason. Or
it's definitely pretty loose.
Well, even if it's loose, what are the reasons that you would prefer it being a globe in your mind? Like, there's some reason that's holding you back from being able to just say, you know what, I'm an earther and I don't know what it is. You are legit claiming that I think it's a globe over an earth, even though I'm not sure what it is. So what are the reasons that are leaning you towards it being a globe?
So,
rather than I don't know at all.
First of all, I would say that I would not use the word prefer. I would say convinced.
Okay, that's fine. Whatever words make you feel comfortable.
Yeah.
What are those reasons then?
So there's a lot of reasons. Probably a lot more than I could just list
Let's
off
just
my
start
head.
with one. Let's just start
I was going to say, I could give you something. I mean, I thought about mentioning this for a while. But as far as, I thought I might ask you guys what your opinion on, like, satellite imagery is in more specific context. Yeah, I know. In more specific context to, like, meteorology, I guess.
Okay, what about satellite imagery? What kind of satellite imagery are you looking to discuss?
So, I have just thought about, like, how people use meteorology as a tool to predict the weather.
And they don't do a good job at that, but that's okay.
Well, I think they do a pretty decent job at it.
I mean, yeah. Every single
as
year,
good as you
these kinds of
can.
things come up. You can tell that something is getting hot, so then, therefore, there's probably going to be rain right after it. I mean, like Karma said earlier, it's more of a post-diction.
Okay.
That's not a prediction that, oh my gosh, I know because today is sunny in the middle of summer, tomorrow it's going to start raining. When sometimes it does, and they have no fucking clue that it would start raining the next day. That would be a prediction. Like, if they knew exactly what was going to happen all the time, they would be able to predict what was happening. The only thing they're giving us is post-dictions. This is a pattern of what has happened prior, and so therefore we can say there is like a 90% chance of rain. Or, you know, there's a 10% chance of rain or a 0% chance. That doesn't mean that they're actually predicting anything. It's just that they're compiling data and they see how things kind of fit and what could possibly happen. And then they give a percentage to that. So I wouldn't say that they're actually predicting anything. It's like Karma said, it's a post-diction.
Yeah, I think you did just describe what a prediction is, though. I mean, you use data,
No,
you
that's
observe
not.
it with...
No.
Okay.
A prediction would be that tomorrow it's going to start hailing rocks. That's a prediction. And then that thing comes true. I predicted it. I predicted that we're going to have hailstorms in the middle of summer that are the size of cars. Like, that's a prediction.
I understand now.
I would be able to say with 100% certainty exactly what was going to happen in every single area across the fucking world, how the weather was going to be. That would be a prediction. A post-diction would be we gathered all of this data, and because of the basis of this data of what we gathered in these areas due to everything that's happened in the past over all these years, we can say that within a percentage, this might happen, or that might happen, or that might happen. That's the difference.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there.
And that's not even a post-diction. Because quite honestly, a post-diction is like, all this stuff has happened in the past, so we know it's going to happen. We know that this is going to happen. So there has to be a different word for that, Karma, because we know that that's not even a post-diction. A post-diction, like...
it's a cycle, like repeat. It's actually a cycle repeat, and that's the thing. That all these things have been cycles. We talk about eclipses, we talk about certain tides. They're cycles. They happen repeatedly within a few minutes of each other. So,
well, but that's what I was getting at. So we all know what post-dictions are, and we know that they've gathered the data, so we know where, you know, eclipses are going to happen, and we know how the stars are going to move. Those are all post-dictions. We know where things are going to move due to a past pattern. But when it comes to the weather, it's not even a post-diction, because we don't actually know 100% that this is actually going to occur. So it's like a post-guess.
It's a percentage.
Yeah, I understand.
It's a high percentage of what might happen versus what might not, because weather is so variable and has so many variables that we don't understand. That you can't accurately say for certain tomorrow there's going to be 80-mile-an-hour winds, which they told me this last week on my area. They're going to be 80-mile-an-hour gusts, and then it turned into 40s and 30-mile-an-hour gusts.
Exactly. So it's not a post-diction; it's a post-guess. We know what post-dictions are. We have post-dictions, which are the eclipses, how the stars move. We know that these stars are going to be in the same exact spot a year later, where they're going to be each and every single fucking month. That's a post-diction. That's just writing shit down and knowing that that's going to happen. What happens with weather is that it's a post-guessing or a post-percentage, right? Like we can say, okay, good.
Yeah, I understand like the idea of what you're...
The likelihood of it happening or not. Basically, that's all it is. It's a statistical average.
If I could get a word in, I didn't want to stray too far away from what I was trying to kind of talk about here, which is they do use satellite imagery, or at least they claim to use satellite imagery to make these guesses. And they have weather radars that everyone can look at. And so they change over time as they watch it. Yeah.
You said radar
on the ground.
And you're talking about satellites. So that's why I kept asking you, like, what kind of satellite are you talking about? So if you're talking about weather balloons and radar, this has been going on for, like, a very long time. This has nothing to do with Globe Earth. We know that they use weather balloons. We know that they use radar. if you think that there's actual satellites out in outer space, I would like you to show evidence for that. If that's your number one thing of saying like, hey, you know what? I'm leaning towards the globe, and I'm an earther that, I question both of them, but I still think that globe is more, of where I'm leaning towards. Show me satellites in outer space. Show me all the satellites that they say are out there.
Yeah, I understand. Honestly, if you're really trying to get at where it turns the tides the most for me, I know a lot about whatever is out there on the internet and in the world about space and technology. I know you guys don't believe in that, and I know that
No. Stop. Okay, we need to take this one step at a time. So you just said that we don't believe in technology.
No, not at all. Technology in space.
Okay, so
I'm
what
just saying
technology is
what
out in
my
space?
side is.
And so I need you to back that up. And I also want you to pay attention to the word that you said, is that we don't believe in.
I know that was wrong.
No, it was right. Because we don't believe. I mean, I can speak for myself. I can't speak for the room. But I don't believe in anything that has to do with the world that we're living in with human beings, right? Like, I don't have faith in that. Human beings are liars. They lie all the fucking time. So I'm going to need facts. I'm going to need proof. And yes, I do not believe that they have tech in outer space, which is correct. But I would need you to show me where they do in order to even sway me. And I'm wondering why you're swayed to believe in the globe over a flat earth because of quote unquote tech in space and us not believing in that.
And I don't consider balloons in space or high altitude airplanes that are taking photos or high altitude balloons. So when you say outer space, keep in mind there's a specific definition for that, and that is quite extreme.
No, I understand. You can assume that whatever I mention here is on the general hive mind idea of what people think globe Earth is, if that's fair. But I'm not trying to say that that's how it is. I'm just trying to say that that's the background, since you're asking my background. But as far as outer space goes, in that context, I was going to say I've actually had long conversations about this on here before, and it always seems to derive into conspiracy, and that's where I no longer feel the argument that anyone presents to me.
What are you talking about? Satellites out in outer space? Like, where are you getting this from? Do you know about the second law of thermodynamics?
I'm not basing it off of that. I'm basing it off of...
What are you basing it off of then? How can a satellite get into quote unquote outer space and record all of like... even if something got that far away and was able to get out of a barrier that is containing us, right, from this quote unquote vacuum, how would that be able to read all the way down to Earth through all of those layers down to Earth and pinpoint what's going on in the sky? Wouldn't you think then therefore we would actually know what the fucking weather was going to be? That we would know with 100% that it's going to rain tomorrow because that satellite is like, dude, this cloud is super fucking full. Like, it's definitely going to rain tomorrow. This is definitely going to happen. That's definitely going to happen. Like, and how would it even get out there? No. If it was that far away, so listen to what I'm saying. So if we had a satellite that was down here even close and like in the midst of it, it would only be able to track like what was happening, very close by. And things can change very rapidly within that. Something that is very far away, it would have a bigger area that it would be able to track and say, hey, in this area, this is happening at this moment. This is happening at this moment. The further away it is, looking down on us without a bunch of atmosphere to actually get in its way, it should be able to pinpoint, just like how we're able to look up at the moon and see it clearly. But if we took a telescope and couldn't see a stop sign a couple miles away, it's the same shit. We're too in the thick of it down here. If the satellite was that far up, it should be able to look down and say, this cloud is doing this cloud is doing this, with 100% certainty, these are what the clouds are doing. No?
Sorry, one sec. Someone's talking to me.
Of course.
No, I will get back.
I'm just kidding. But yeah, it's there.
Well, I just would like you to look up the definition of conspiracy. That word has been weaponized against us to make you think certain things. You might want to look up where that came from. Conspiracy theorists.
Well, I mean, it's so obvious. Like, it's a total psyop. And go ahead. We're going to do the definition, CB?
No, somebody else spoke up. I don't know who.
Yeah, no, I thought it was CB doing, like, here's the definition of conspiracy, and we're going to get the full definition.
Your definition of prediction was quite interesting.
Wait, who is this?
Pazza? It's Pazza.
Pazza. Sorry.
How do you define a prediction?
How do I define a prediction?
What is a prediction? Because Merriam-Webster says it's to foretell on the basis of observation, experience, or scientific reason.
Yeah. So they change the definitions of things all the time. I bet you I can pull out one of my 1800s dictionary, and prediction would say somebody knowing something that's going to happen in the future without any recollection or any kind of knowledge prior, that they are predicting what is going to happen. And they change words like this all the time so that they can say that they are predicting something and seem like magic ball whisperers. That they are knowing what's going to happen next by using data. They changed. It makes me want to pull out my dictionaries right now.
Hang on.
Well, it comes from the Latin word know beforehand. That's all.
Yeah, to be know. That's exactly what I was saying. The Latin thing.
That's all it means.
You go ahead.
To know beforehand. Latin is to know beforehand, and that's all it means. It doesn't give you any indication of how they did that or what it means.
I'm going to grab my dictionary. I'll be right back.
From the Latin.
I was going to say there are two. Merriam-Webster's got two definitions. The transitive verb. One is to declare or indicate in advance, which is inferring some sort of understanding before something happens. And the second one is to foretell on the basis of observation, experience, or scientific reason. So a scientific prediction is not the same as a colloquial prediction by that definition, isn't it? Really? Do you think do you understand there's a distinction there in the definitions? That's what I'm saying. I mean, you're right. The ancient definition of predict is to know before.
Well, they still say that too with weather. Actually, the definitions also conflict with. They say it works with a forecast of the future, a forecast of anything. Yes, you can use a scientific idea behind it and change the definition to mean we've got enough data, we can actually predict what's going to happen. The thing is, they're still wrong some of the times. So it's not like a prophecy or a true prediction where it absolutely will come true. Absolutely will come true.
You get back to the same position with the word forecast. Forecast can mean either to predict in the ancient term of like soothsaying or estimate. And an estimate is deduction based upon or surmising something based upon your own personal experience. So in the same sense, you've got two definitions of the word there, even with forecast. Forecast can mean some unknown mechanism for determining what the future is, but it can also mean, by definition, if you're estimating by definition assumes you have some colloquial understanding of some mechanism to predict something. You know, you don't estimate from blind, you estimate based on a personal experience. If you say, someone says to you, can you estimate the price of those apples? You do it because you've got a back catalogue of knowing what apples are. Otherwise, it's not an estimate, it's just a guesswork.
And that's why we call it a post-diction with the other information, because it's actual observation they've written down and it repeats over in a cycle. So it's not really a prediction. Like it could happen or may not, but they're predicting it will. Post-diction is that they actually have the information, they have the data.
Do you guys want to hear what it actually says? Sorry to cut you off, Damsel.
Yep,
so this is my dictionary from, I think it's 1840. And what I find very interesting about this is literally what it says. So it says prediction, Latin. So this is where we need to get into. I need to look up etymology next. Is that it is Latin predicatio. I can't pronounce that. But it says affirmation of something or the act of affirming one thing of another. That's literally what it says. It says, once again, wait, hold on. Let me say it one more time because it's very simple, but also very interesting. It says affirmation of something or the act of affirming one thing of another. This is from 1840.
Yeah.
It's also, can I point out the fact that you can't really ignore the context in which this was said? Because he was saying that the globe model predicts all these things that are happening in the sky when it's actually an explanation after the fact, which is a post-diction, which is what we were correcting him on, because he thought they could prophesize what would happen in the future.
This definition is spot on. You're right.
Can I ask?
Wait, hold up, and it gets even further. So when you even go down to like predictive or like anything like that, it's foretelling, prophetic, everything that has to do with actual. And so prediction is affirming that prophecy. Like you're affirming a prophecy over one thing, then another. You're affirming it. You're affirming that some people say that this thing is going to happen. And then you affirm that, no, that thing is not going to happen. This is actually what's going to happen. That is predicting.
You're reading between the lines because the terminology they use is
I'm going to take a photo.
Can you read that definition from your dictionary again?
Which one do you want? Predicting, prediction, which one?
Prediction.
So prediction is affirmation. So it's Latin of predictatio, and it's affirmation. It's affirmation of something or the act of affirming one thing over another.
Okay.
So you are literally saying this is going to happen and this other thing isn't going to happen. And then when you scroll down, so that's predictory, right? Actually, so prediction. Oh, wait. I guess that was predictory. Where is prediction?
While you're looking it up, can I read out Napalm's thing in chat?
Wait, hold on. And then, predictory is affirmation positive, right? And then the next thing was foretelling, foretold, told before an event, a foretelling, a previous declaration of a future event, a prophecy. This is from, so this dictionary, let me go back to the beginning, is from 1846. And so we can even notice today all of the words that they are constantly changing, whether it's political words, whether it's health style words, all of these words that they constantly try to manipulate into meaning something else based off of what they want words to mean. And they're constantly doing this. And that's why I collect dictionaries to be like, oh, okay, what did people think way back in the day? That's the words mean what our brains think that they should mean. But now they mean something different, so it can fit the fucking narrative. It's ridiculous.
The bottom line is...
Well, that is a good point. I don't want to get lost from the main point, which is, in the context it was used, it made sense perfectly, using post-diction. When he was using prediction, we made the distinction between those words to explain to him the problem with what he was saying.
Are you talking about the first guy?
I just want to... Yeah, like, when the guy was saying...
Weather?
It was a prediction with...
weather.
The globe models. No, I'm talking about the earlier conversation.
Oh, the other guy. Okay, gotcha.
I am back now, by the way.
Words. Yeah. But I really wanted to read out Napalm's comment because it was really good one. Like Napalm said at 33 minutes after the hour, it's a post-diction because these known cycles have been known well before people started claiming the Earth as a globe. Now the globe pushers are claiming that it's a globe because we can predict these cycles. And I don't see why we're going so far into the definition of this word endlessly. Let's go back to flat Earth. Because
the reason why we went into the definition of it didn't have to do with Paza. We were talking about the guy talking about satellites and weather, and about what you even brought up about post-diction, prediction, and what they're actually doing. So what I was saying is that they're actually pre-guessing. They aren't. It's not even a post-diction for them to say what's going on with the weather. They're just guessing it. And that's why I brought out my dictionary and started talking about what actually prediction means. It means to foretell. We know that looking up at the stars and knowing what the stars are going to do is post-diction. But what they're doing with the weather isn't even post-diction. There needs to be a different word for it. It's like post-guessing. Because they don't know what's going to happen. They're literally guessing. And they're not even guessing well a lot of the time.
You're right in so much as the meteorological systems don't have a mechanical linear progression in them. They have a chaotic element to them. Now the question is whether whichever word you're happy to use, or if you're dissatisfied with the evolution of the definition of a word over time, which happens for many words, not just ones associated with this kind of topic. Yeah, I'll ask you this: if in the old sense, in the old world, or in the old terminology, predict effectively was a soothsay, a prophecy, or a pre-knowledge of some higher order. Okay. And in the modern sense, you say they've bastardized the word effectively for their own nefarious purposes, to mean a evaluation of what may happen based upon the past. I'll ask you this: which is a better prediction of the weather? A man in the field throwing stones and beans around and dancing around a fire, making a prediction in the old ancient sense, or someone looking at tons of meteorological information from a whole vast area of the planet?
That's not what we were talking about, though. Yeah, and yes, of course, but that's not a prediction. That's our point of like where, everybody complains that we get in this argument of semantics, but it fucking matters. It matters how they change words. It matters how they say, oh, we predicted that the weather would be like this tomorrow. No, they didn't. They didn't even do a post-diction. They are post-guessing what the weather might be like based off of all this information that they've gathered over years. And they still are not correct. To do a prediction by the actual meaning of the word since its origin was like, we are knowing that this thing is going to happen next. Prediction was like this magical thing. Like, we predicted it. We knew it was going to happen. And so to change that, like, oh, we can predict the weather. No, you can't. You can't even post-dict the weather. You're still guessing with post-diction. It still is like, there's a 10% chance of rain. There's a 30% chance of it. It might happen. We quite aren't sure. They can say there's a 30% chance of rain, and then it's a fucking downpour that turns into a flood because they don't actually know.
No, but you understand. You're being disingenuous. That's not a guess.
No, I'm not.
That's not a guess. They're not.
Yeah, that is a guess. If they don't know, that is a guess.
No, that's not how it works, though, is it? They don't say they know categorically when it's going to rain where you live or where anybody else lives.
That's my point. I'm saying that they are saying that they don't know. And so they're giving you a percentage of what might possibly happen, and then it could be something completely fucking different. So therefore, that would be a guess. Like, they're taking the best information they have. Let's change it then. They're making a bet. They're betting that it might be this, and they're betting that it might be that, and it can be completely fucking way off, but they're taking a bet.
Of course they are.
Does that make you feel more comfortable with that?
Okay, Paza, hold on. Paza, we're not going to continue down this line. So is there anybody, Paza, if you have a question about another topic, that's fine.
Okay.
Can I have a question?
Multiple times. If there's no other new people, I guess, go ahead, Niz, what's your question?
If they convince that the satellite see the clouds, how can they see the shape of the content, actually?
Are you asking Paza? Why don't you guys make a date for, tomorrow night? Are there any other new people that would like to ask a question, or anybody who's spoken before? Like,
I'll tell you what, my polite and
so on. We also have Jacob, who's no, you cannot, Paza. I just said we're passing. Niz isn't getting what's going on here. We're not going to sit here and nitpick what a prediction is. It was explained to you quite thoroughly. Yeah. Okay. Good. Well, hold on. If nobody else is available, we'll go back to you. If the ladies really are dying to talk to you. You could try unmuting Jacob.
I'm with Karma when it comes to like whoever does want to speak and whoever we end up speaking with. Like the 3 rules would be awesome.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, hi, Jacob. Did you know you were unmuted? He doesn't know he's unmuted. I'll have to mute him again. Jacob, 70 something, 7,601. You don't want to talk? Okay, that's fine. Burns, did you have any other questions about the basics of why the world model's a failure? Or anybody else who's new? Snipe-Bola. I'll try unmuting Snipe-Bola. Am I coming through?
crystal clear.
Oh, good. Thank you for the feedback. Snipola, are you there?
Yeah, I'm okay. I don't have any questions right now.
Oh, well, just talk to us for like 2 minutes, then I could give you the VC verified role. Then if you do have a question, you can unmute. So,
oh, cool.
Yeah. Were you, can you just tell us how you found the server?
A buddy just invited me, and he had just been curious about just some of the content that gets posted in here. So I just joined in. I just look at what you guys are posting to try and get both sides of the argument.
Cool. So, are you willing to follow the rules of the server as stated in the welcome channel?
Yes.
Okay, I'll give you a quick summary. Although you said yes, and so ignorance of the law is no longer a defense for you, but it's generally just no trolling, including concern trolling. Keep the main live stream on the topic of flat Earth. Try to keep the conversation civil. If you get muted by a mod, this is a highly moderated server since we have over 25,000 members, so don't take it personally. A few minutes, you ask to be unmuted if you. Sometimes it's a misunderstanding or delay and so on. And don't forget to check out the information channels at the bottom, A to Z, which will answer a lot of the basic questions you might have about the flat Earth. But if you even have one question about the flat Earth, Snipola, I'll go ahead and give you the VC verified rule. We could answer it, and you don't have to talk if you don't want. We could just answer.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Not this second. I'll try and think of one though. Now that I'm verified.
Okay. Okay, cool. Then you can mute yourself. Namaste has one for us. Let's see. Okay, Namaste. I'm going to have to unmute.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Going? I'm fine.
Good. Yeah, did you hear my spiel about the server and the rules? Are you willing to follow the rules of the server?
Probably. I mean, I'm here now.
Well, if you don't want to agree yet, they're up in the welcome section if you'd rather read them first. They're not real complicated.
To be honest, I'll do something. Yes.
Okay, I'll take that as yes.
Excuse me, but before I'm gonna tell something, I'm gonna tell something else. I love you.
Oh my gosh, are you gonna ask me a sincere question?
No. Yes, I'm gonna tell, but I love you.
Okay.
I mean,
doubt that because yes, I can. If you're going to hold to that, I'll find multiple ways to convince you not to. But anywho, what's your question?
I'm gonna say my question. But are you fine? I mean, there's a question for me. I mean, excuse me, English is my third language, and I'm trying to say that. Are you fine? Everything's okay. I mean, are you okay?
Does anyone else want to talk to Namaste? Because I'm not really into the emotional thing.
Yes, no, it's not emotional. It was the first question. I'm gonna tell you.
I am fine. Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
I just met you, Namaste. Yes.
Okay.
Do you have any questions about the flat Earth?
Cool. Yeah. Listen.
What is it?
I'm flying every day, not every day, sorry. I'm flying, I mean, so much, I'm traveling, and I see something while I'm flying, and I have a question. Yes, I do agree what means flat Earth, yes, and I agree with that. I support that. That's why I'm here, guys. And there are a lot of people here. But
okay, you support the flat Earth. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, of course.
What makes you support it?
That, I mean, my mind. It's my mind, not. I mean, I'm thinking. Okay, it's my mind. I mean, what my eyes can see when I'm flying. You know, you can say.
Are you a pilot?
You what?
He asked if you were a pilot.
No, I'm just like like to fly.
The horizon is flat. The horizon is flat when you fly. I agree. Yeah, you don't even need to fly. You can see it just going to the water. I mean, that's my favorite place to observe flat horizon is that large body of water. It's obviously flat. Yeah, there's no curvature anywhere. Never been measured. Can't be observed.
All right.
We would. The important thing is that we would be able to observe it if it was there, and we would be able to measure it. And in fact, we cannot.
I'm thinking that I'm doing something wrong because you speak like, okay, I don't know your access or what you are. I don't know you. I don't know who you are. But I'm thinking that you trying to do something that I don't know. Let me speak. Can I?
You're just speaking. Was someone trying to stop you from speaking? I didn't observe that at all.
All right, but I'm thinking right now that you're trying to make something that, yes, I agree, but I don't understand what you're trying to do. Anyway,
Do you have
You want to know what I'm personally trying to do? I'm trying to. Okay, I'll explain it to you, Namaste, if that's your question. What are you trying to do, Dandelion? If anyone else wants to answer, they can. Here's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do penance, making up for years of misinforming students about the fantasy globe model because I made the assumption that it had all been checked out and proven somehow. So when I actually started investigating, I assumed that any minute now I'd find that verifiable, testable, repeatable scientific evidence that would show that that was the case. And when I discovered this does not exist, and in fact the globe is nothing superstition, then I decided I was going to spend some time on the internet. I wouldn't even say decided, Namaste. Every time I try to get away from this place, I have to come back because I'm called. So difficult. So I'm not even actually here anymore, Namaste. For people like Model Guy. I used to be here. Asking me a question, open-ended, so I get to talk about whatever I want. So I get at least another minute. Don't make me mute you, Namaste, because I'm trying to answer your question. I'm not here for Model Guy anymore. I'm not here for people who can't follow logic where it leads. I'm here for the other people in the world who are unfortunately a minority, Namaste. Oh, you're so interested in talking to me and asking me questions until I actually talk. You told me you loved me, but you don't want to hear me talk, do you, Namaste?
This is
anyway,
not here.
I'm here for the flat earthers. That's why I'm here. Because it's not that hard to figure it out. It takes like 5 minutes. And if somebody wants to ask me a question, I'll explain it to them. And if they don't, or if they just want to go off on some kind of tangent like Paza, I'm just them. So you asked me why I'm here, and I answered ya. Sorry you didn't like the answer.
Can I speak? Excuse me, but you're trying to... Why are you acting like this? I mean, there are so many people here and they want to speak. Why you do this? Like, I mean,
why don't you talk to one of the other ladies, Namaste? I can tell you don't really like me, even though you love me. That's perfectly fine.
Let me just do this right now. Is there anyone else in here besides Namaste that is here to talk? Because maybe we should.
Yes, because I have something to tell you.
Okay,
but,
then maybe you should get to the point because before Dandelion, wait, hold up. Before Dandelion came in, wait, let me get my words out. Otherwise, I wish I had muting powers, but I don't. So let me say what I need to say. Before Dandelion came in and started speaking to you again, I was going to literally come in and say, what is your question? What are you trying to say? Because you are just like monologuing in this long ass monologue. None of us have any idea what your point is. It just seems like you're here to like talk shit. So if you have a point, get to it. Otherwise, we're going to move on to somebody else. So what is your point? Get to it right now. Thank you.
All right. And excuse me, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I'm going to tell you.
Yes, you are.
You're already taking way too
What's
fucking
that
long.
music? I'm hearing the music and
You're already taking way too long. Somebody mute him. It's already taking way too long. Just mute him. Who else is on here? This is like ridiculous. Thank
This
you.
is Burns. I may be interested in continuing our conversation if you like. I know it's been a while. I had some other things I needed to attend to, but
Okay, what's up, Burns? What do you want to talk about?
Burns, you're
we were
looking
talking
mighty
about-
good. Did you bring Namaste in as a ringer just to make yourself look better because it worked? Yeah.
Me?
All right, back to Burns. Yay.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
That was actually really funny. Dandelion. It was a perfect intro for Burns. So go ahead, Burns.
I have no clue what was going on there. But anyways, we were talking about satellite things, and if I remember correctly, the last thing that you told me was that if we do have satellites, then they should be able to 100% predict the weather. And I'm using predict precisely there because you mentioned that would be what they should be able to do if that kind of technology that they described existed, right?
Yeah, they should be able to know exactly what is going to happen before it happens. Correct.
Okay.
100%.
You guys are ignoring
100%
the second law of thermodynamics violation there, because how
And
could you
there
even
is that
have
as well.
satellites? Because there can't be vacuum.
Let's just see where
That's
he
kind of
might
another
be taking
argument,
it.
though, because
No,
there's a
because
lot of stuff.
Wait, hold up. They're both intertwined. And so,
I agree.
yes, it would be predicting exactly what is going to happen across the board. You can know exactly what's going to happen before it happens. And Karma is correct that it should not be there. So that's part of this discussion. That's where we started off from. And we started off from that you wouldn't be able to do this because of the second law of thermodynamics. And then I busted out the dictionary to discuss what prediction actually means. So, yeah. So tell us where you're going with that and how
regardless
we might
of
get around
prediction, sorry. I'll use the word guess because that seems like the most fair word to use there for the weather. But we know that they are able to guess somewhat the weather right now. As far as the prediction goes, you were saying that they would be able to predict with satellites 100%. I don't think I agree with that because weather is in and of itself pretty chaotic, which I think someone said here before I had to step out for a bit. I thought of an example. What did you say? Sorry.
It is a chaotic system, weather.
Yeah. So, like, I did think of an example. Like, imagine if I took a glass of...
Who just answered that? What's going on?
I think that they're the one who said it earlier. Sorry.
No, wait. Who just answered you? I can't scroll up and down fast enough because there's so many people.
It's Paz that I just said that weather is a chaotic system. That's all.
Okay, so yeah, so you're agreeing with another gold person. Let him do what he wants to do, and then we'll allow that. But right now,
I actually
hear what he has to say.
I called back to him because I remember him saying that earlier. Those were his
I'm telling
words.
you right now, don't call back to people. Let's just have what you want to say.
Yeah. Well, anyways, okay then. I thought of an example for guessing the weather. I guess. I don't think they would be able to do it 100% accurately because it is chaotic. Which, if you imagine, I take a glass of water and I drop just one drop of any kind of water coloring, food coloring, whatever in there, we can't predict where that's going to go 100% precisely at all. And the only point I'm trying to say there is there's no way.
Use the word prediction.
You are getting off a point of prediction, and you're getting off the point of satellites being in a position to even predict anything. You are still the entire question that this was based off of when we first started this conversation was what is leaning you towards the globe that you think you're claiming, like, you know what, I really don't know what it is, but I kind of think it's a globe more than it's the flat earth. And so I asked you, why do you think that it's more of a globe than it is a flat earth? And you said satellites. And we said why. Yes. Then you started talking about weather. And then okay, so now, see, you didn't say that prior. You didn't say space prior. You said satellites and you talked about weather. And so I was talking about the definitions of like predicting things and if they are there and like actually in our realm. If you're talking about actual satellites outside, that they're somehow in outer space, which is something it seems like you believe in, then that is a conversation to be had. We can have a conversation about that.
Yeah, that is the conversation.
Would never fucking happen. Ever. It's just not going to happen. How is a satellite going to break through some kind of a boundary that is keeping our pressurized system pressurized? How is that happening?
Honestly, I have no clue. I never studied aerospace or anything like that.
On that because it's not happening.
Well, I can talk about
take aerospace engineering to fucking understand that you can't break the second law of thermodynamics. It's not happening. Once you have a leak in a system with something breaking through an enclosed system, that system will collapse. Period. If you have a balloon and like a rocket shoots out from the middle of that balloon will deflate. Like, it's not going to happen. So you need to provide some kind of information to where something can go inside and outside of a structure that has, you know, the second law of thermodynamics, that has pressure, but, you know, things can just leave outside of it, but yet somehow read things that are going on inside of it to give you the weather and whatnot. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, I wasn't really talking about the physics of it, to be honest, because I never studied that in depth. Well,
you should be, though.
If we have images of the Earth and things like that,
it doesn't take rocket science.
Can I explain my point a little bit? Because you were interrupting me just a little bit.
I am interrupting you. I'm sorry. It's just
before you guys continue.
I know it frustrates
Can
you.
I ask if you're looking at text chat, because there's a lot of good diagrams and little videos that explain what she's talking about. So if you look at text chat while this is happening, you'll see visual, help as well.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just like frustrated. Like it makes me frustrated that you can't understand the simplicity of that. Like, you don't need to be a rocket scientist. You don't need to have like all these degrees that they make people pay for to be indoctrinated by to say, oh, this is what's happening in the world. Like, it's common. It's not even common sense, because common sense doesn't exist. But it takes a brain, and usually an artistic brain, that can deal with like perspective, that can deal with like how things actually work. There is no possible way to have a closed system where pressure exists to have things leave that pressurized system. How does that work?
I feel like we're kind of arguing on a little bit of different standpoints here. And I understand that you want there to be an explanation for why is there a satellite in this place that is a vacuum that it should not be able to get, correct? Like that's where we. I see the chat. Don't worry about it. There's a lot going very fast.
Well, it's all going. Who cares about the chat? We're having a conversation right here.
Yeah, sorry, someone just added me.
And there's plenty of people that can chime in, and we can all talk about it right here.
Well, anyways, that was the. It sounds like that's your standpoint, and
it sounds like my standpoint is what. Wait, hold up. You just said it sounds like that's my standpoint. So reiterate what my standpoint is.
Okay, I did just say it, but I'll say it again.
Thank you. So
it sounds like I am trying to explain how I believe in the concept of space as they describe it, because I see like satellite imagery and things like that, videos, studies that we have been there, that we have a satellite there or multiple or whatever. And you are saying you cannot believe that because
no, it's not believing in it. It's a matter of fact. How are you?
But can I finish the point first? Because that's not the point.
Basically, then don't make a point about me before you're.
I was just trying to understand you. So the point is,
and that's why I'm trying to break this up with you understanding me. So if you are trying to understand me, then what you should understand is how are you violating the second law of thermodynamics?
That's what I'm trying to say. So you cannot. You are saying it's inexplainable because we can't even get a satellite there. Correct. Like,
how
there's no
are
physical
you violating the second law of thermodynamics?
Perfect. So now I think we're on the same page. The reason I am saying this is not because I understand how it's there, but because I believe that it is there. Or I've seen that it is there. There is evidence of studies and imagery and all of that stuff on the internet readily available. A lot of it by credible people. That's my standpoint. So I don't necessarily understand how it got there. There could be flaws in that argument that I have no clue how the hell it works. But I do know that, or I have observed that it's there according to what other people have said.
So you have observed that there are satellites outside of the second law of thermodynamics. Therefore, they are defying the second law of thermodynamics, and you don't need any reason as to why they are there. So then they're there, and you don't need to worry about the.
Well, not necessarily. Oh, sorry, you cut out.
Sorry,
not necessarily. Yeah, not necessarily. But I will say that we could both agree on if there is satellites that are in something that we call space.
No, we're not agreeing on that.
No, I know we're not. I'm saying we could agree if that is true. If for some reason theoretically that is true, then we would have to believe that maybe there's something wrong with our physics
if
instead
people
of.
believe that, but people don't believe that, and that's the entire reason why you're here.
Okay,
none of us think that. None of us. Not a single person, not just the ladies' night people, every single person that is here that is not a Glober does not believe that there are satellites in something that is called outer space that is outside the pressurized system of second law of thermodynamics. Is there somebody else here that believes that? Can somebody stand up and have his back on that? Because otherwise, you're arguing for a point that doesn't exist. And that's my point. We can have a discussion. And I think what you're trying to do by doing that is you're trying to find camaraderie in finding people that, this is where we could agree. But guess what? We don't agree. So you have to come back down into our reality and back down into our facts and have a conversation about those facts. Rather than us living in this outside, these things could happen, we're talking about what actually could happen. So bring yourself back down here, and then we can have a conversation about that.
I understand.
And make you realize that can't happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the reason that I said that is because, I feel like a rational person. The reason that I said that.
As a rational person, I'm sorry. Okay, Bird, tell us the reason quickly, and then I need to help you.
The reason I made that whole spiel is just because.
Or solid evidence. Go ahead.
Yeah, the reason that I made that whole spiel is just because she asked me why I believe what I believe, why I'm here, why I believe that the Earth is a globe. And that is why, because I believe those.
It's the pictures, it's the images. Okay, and so do you understand
more than that, but all
why
of it
those
combined.
images are. But what's your best piece of evidence for a spinning globe then, if it's not the images?
It's those. I mean, it explains a lot of the other things that interconnect to that. If
but it
those
doesn't
things
matter
are
what
true.
it explains. Okay, do you understand why images from space are not scientific evidence, nor are they verifiable, testable, or repeatable, whereas we can show you multiple pieces of evidence, including laser tests and long distance observations, which are verifiable, testable, and repeatable, and in fact have been verified, tested, and repeated multiple times. So you understand, I could show you a picture of a rainbow unicorn and Bigfoot riding on it, and I could say, Burns, why don't you believe in unicorns? Look at these images I got. Aren't they pretty? And what would you say to me then?
Oh, well, if you convinced me, then I would believe. And the things that I've seen about
okay, then Burn,
not just
you are
satellites,
not.
but all.
I'm sorry. No, I'm here to tell you. I'm sorry. You just by that stop there. Nope, you can't keep going. I'm sorry. We need to help you. I need to help you. I'm sorry. You are not a reasonable person. You've just proven that you're not. You're saying, if I showed you a picture of Bigfoot riding on a rainbow unicorn and I was convincing enough, you would believe me. Okay,
yes,
so you're not
if you presented evidence that was convincing to me.
Okay, then you're easily led, you're naive, and you're living in a childlike state, which is fine. You can continue that way if you want, but an image is not testable, that is not testable, repeatable, or verifiable, is not evidence. That's just a story I'm telling you. That's what we're telling you. The fantasy medium of outer space is a fairy tale you've been told, that's science fiction, that you believe in, because the people who first told you that were, authority figures in your life, such as your parents, TV, the news, whatever it was, all those things combined. And you were told those were credible sources, and you were told that by people you trusted. And so you accepted this fairy tale as truth, even though you have no evidence of it. You've never experienced rotation. You've never seen curvature burns.
Can I ask
I agree with that, but I would argue that is the same way that everyone finds their baseline of beliefs for everything, is by being presented evidence and then believing in that. And from what I know about flat Earth, I could be wrong, or just not globe Earth is what it seems like you guys are on, which is perfectly reasonable.
I just think that, wait, hold up. I think what you're doing and what we've been trying to say a million times over, and I think it's just not getting to you, is that we deal in facts, not fiction. And you want camaraderie and fiction. Like there's camaraderie in all these space fiction movies. There's camaraderie in all of the NASA, the moon. Like, there's this camaraderie in it. So it's like, well, what if we do Harry Potter even, right? Any kind of science. I write science fiction books myself. So I understand, like, this camaraderie, like, this could possibly be. So let's live in that for a moment and have that conversation. But that's not what we deal with here. We deal with actual facts. So instead of dealing in that camaraderie of, like, what could possibly be, we're like, this is what actually is. And can those things that we all want, to believe in, that are fun for us to have exciting, like, weekends reading a book or watching a TV show or whatever? No, they can't. But guess what? Wait, hold up. But what's even more amazing about this, and what really strikes me every single time when I talk to people that are so hung up on the science fiction movies and the science fiction of this and whatever, whether it's science fiction or fantasy, the fiction of it all, is that actually in our own real world, there is so much more wonder and adventure than we can ever possibly fucking imagine. But we are so lost into the lies that we don't even realize how fun it actually is right here for us. That we can have these real life adventures, that there is this real life wonder right here in the actual facts rather than the fiction. So what I would recommend is that you get away from the fiction and you start delving into the facts and start realizing, holy shit, like, if we came together as a people and started going on these adventures together and started investigating this stuff together, it would be just like all of those fiction, hero cycles and all of the whatever is Joseph Campbell hero stories that we could ever encounter. We have it right here, but we've been so deluded by the lies that we just haven't been able to do it. So get out of that, get to the facts, and we can have conversations about that, and you would find how amazing this actual world is, that we don't need to live in a fantasy. That the fantasy actually is right here because of all the lies that have been told. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and it seems a little bit off that you keep saying faction, fiction, and fantasy, because we're both coming from different sides of the argument.
No, it's not off. When you are talking about something that you think is a fact, it's not a fact. Satellites in outer space is not a fact. Are you claiming that's a fact?
I claim that I believe it was a fact on photo and video evidence, but not just that alone. If I see a photo of something, I don't look at it and say, "Oh, that must be real because it's a picture." But I can see a video, and I can go look into the research of, oh, this is the drone that they created to go to Mars and things like that. I can see.
Do you think that drone going to Mars was a fact? Do you think that's a fact with all of that animation that they created for it? Do you think that they had animation if it would have crashed, that they would have had animation for that as well?
I'm sure it's possible they could have created.
Because it was a fucking animation. Listen to me really quick. When that Mars lander landed on Mars, the animation showed it landing. Do you think that they had animation for it crashing as well? I don't think that they did, because they knew that they were going to say that it was landing.
I understand what you're saying.
Story.
But
and what we are dealing with right here on Earth And all of the things that we should actually be exploring, we are being distracted from, and we are not coming together on because people are so wrapped up in these fiction stories that are not actually fact. So get your head back into the fact, and we can have conversations about that. That's my
I understand.
piece.
I mean, I will tell you.
Here, I'm done.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm not meaning to be rude. I'm just saying, like, I've said my piece. I'm hoping people can as well. I've appreciated your conversation. Like, I just hope
likewise.
you go around to fact instead of fiction.
Well, the reason that I don't think that it's fiction is just because of really the whole point I was trying to get to is I think that the place where I clash with flat earthers is just the conspiracy idea, because that's really what it is. If you say that they're lying to you and you believe that they're lying to you, then yes, that would be completely fiction. I don't believe that they're lying to us based on all of the research projects and whatever like images that I can see of them doing things. That's my perception of it. So that's really the only place I can argue from that point, if that makes sense. Because really, at that point, it's either you believe that they're lying to you, or
it doesn't make sense. No, that's not I don't find that a good way for a reasonable thinking, logical person to make decisions about reality, is to try to discern the motives of people they don't even know, or regarding a topic that's obviously been set into motion long before you were born. However, if you do think NASA.gov is a credible source, Burns?
Do I think what? Sorry.
Do you think NASA.gov is a credible source?
I sure don't think they're always credible. But I do know that NASA is not just one hive mind. That's a bit of a loose term to use, so I'm not trying to pin it on that. But
okay, you're always trying to second guess what we're going to say, what you think we're going to say, what your straw man idea is of what a flat earther is. How about you just have the conversation that's right in front of you? You just said you believe NASA's images of the Earth, and so the reason I'm asking you that, we'll box up the link to the description of what Robert Simon, NASA employee, does on NASA.gov. So if you want to see the link to where it is live on their page, there it is at 13 minutes after the hour. The meme at 14 minutes after the hour is the quote from Robert Simon, data visualizer and designer. So that title in itself, I really hope that you're going to, maybe it's hard to, think on the fly sometimes when you're new to something, but I hope you'll go back and look at these and just think about, NASA has an employee whose public job title is data visualizer and designer. Okay, so when I was growing up and learned about science, data was supposed to be something that you collected, analyzed, recorded, you made it testable, repeatable, so someone else could come along and repeat the same experiment based on a cause and effect relationship to see whether the data supported the hypothesis or falsified it. Here we have someone just visualizing data and designing it. So anywho, here's what Robert Simon has to say. Question: what's the coolest thing you've ever done as part of your job at Goddard? Answer: last time anyone took a photograph from above Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of a globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. Side note, that's the one he's claiming is real. We can, after we get through this, which is one of the images I'm sure you've seen, very popular, original screensaver, the saver of the iPhone, and so on, the blue marble image, we can go back and explain to you the inconsistencies of the light and the other reasons why the Apollo 17 image is clearly fabricated. Nonetheless, let's move on. NASA's Earth Observing System satellites were designed to give a checkup of Earth's health. By 2002, we finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did. The hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data. Relo Stocky, now at the Swiss Federal Office of Meteorology and Climatology, did much of this work. Then we wrapped the flat map around a ball. Are you still listening, Burns? This is the big important part. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how the Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble. So he's just telling you right there, they created the image of the Earth and took 4 months to put it together to match your expectations of what the Earth looks from space. They didn't go and they didn't even claim they went and took a picture. They used CGI and Photoshop. And this same man, Robert Simon, a quote from him, which maybe CB has for us, says it's Photoshopped because it has to be.
So where in there does it say that the imagery that they put on the Earth was generated by them, on the picture of the Earth was generated by them and not actually taken? Because I think it said that they had satellite imagery for it, and that's what they used, correct?
Yeah, no one here is denying that there's things in the sky. I mean, we call them satelloons because they're clearly hot air balloons that they take up there. Yeah, and they take pictures of flat things. That's right, from the flat Earth. That's absolutely right. Yeah.
Okay, so you think that the way they got those
in
images...
in your imaginary world, they should have been able to get far enough to just take a picture like they claim they've done before and like they claim they're doing in Mars. Yeah, we can just go snap some pictures of Mars, but the Earth, that's way too hard. We got to wrap flat maps around the ball for that one. You don't see the inconsistency there, Burns?
Oh, are you saying that since they would be so far away, they should just be able to wrap it around a globe model? Is that right?
No, I'm saying if they can go to this fantasy realm of outer space they claim they should can go to, that they should easily be able to take image after image after image after image, photographs of the whole Earth. They don't even claim to do that. The reason they don't is because every time they put one out there, people kept pointing out all the wild inconsistencies in terms of size of continents and so on. So they, I don't even want it. You want to get in their minds and find out their motives for all their lying and, manipulating and inconsistent images. I don't even want to know. I mean, they're just liars, and liars lie. And then when they're, when they get caught in their lie, they make up more and hope you don't notice. I mean, pretty simple to me, Burns. I mean, tell you right there.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. In the part that you read to me, though, I still don't really see any weird inconsistencies with that, as far as you were saying, like they had to Photoshop it. I think that makes sense to me no matter where you take the image.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and get you the free logic course. It's there's actually more than one.
I actually have taken a logic course. I don't remember much from it. But
really? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's why I'm so interested in this stuff.
Carnegie Mellon puts one out that's free. How'd you do in that course?
I did great, but it was in high school, so.
Okay.
Well, anyway, I was just curious.
Then in that case, I mean, if you can't see it's actually the wrong way to go about it. I'm only doing that because you seem to have a real interest. You're telling me these images are your proof. I'm trying to show you how that's a bad way to go about the proof, because if those are your proof, then you have like 200 different versions of Earth to explain. One where New Mexico takes up, a vast amount of curvature, which makes your Earth just gigantic. Other ones with just varying bizarre continent sizes. Someone put the image of all the compilations of different ones in there. So, if that's what you want to believe, then you're going to remain in confusion because they don't have a consistent model. That's what we're trying to tell you. Or you could just take a look. Have you looked at the long distance observations and laser tests? Have anyone explained that to you?
Oh, I have seen those.
Curvature's been measured. Okay, and so you don't even need to worry about what NASA's saying and all their wildly inconsistent stories. I understand, like, you want the science fiction, you like different stories. You know what? Just watch science fiction. Like, just don't even bother with NASA. You might as well get Hollywood science fiction's way better than NASA's. Like, just ignore them then. Just live in your fantasy world, Burns. We won't bother you. It's perfectly fine. But if you ever decide to come back down to Earth, we see too far. Oh, did you think that was rude, Burns? I do apologize. I mean, you just said you want to believe in the pictures. You want to believe
definitely didn't say I want
what
to.
you see on TV is true. That's what you seem like to me.
I definitely don't want to believe it. The reason I'm here at all is just because
Well, no,
I'm curious
stop
about learning more.
Okay, no. You listen to the words that you said. I don't want to believe it. So that sounds like a plea for help. I don't want to believe it. But you literally just said that like
Yeah,
3
the reason
times
I said that, let me reword it. I would not say that I want to believe it. I would say that I believe it.
Yeah, but
what I want to do is
maybe your
learn more.
subconscious just came out because you said 3 times in a row, I don't want to, but I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe it. Like 3 times within the conversation.
Yeah,
you said,
I was putting emphasis.
Want to believe it. So
I was just trying to
pay attention to what your subconscious is telling you, whether you realize it or not. You believe in something, and we are showing you facts to not believe in something because you want to be a rational mind. And now you're defending yourself against like, oh, I actually didn't mean that. I actually didn't mean I didn't want to believe in it. Actually, I think that it's actually factual, like whatever. And so now you're trying to like argue with that. Do you hear that happening?
No, I was saying, I was responding to her saying that I want to believe because I don't think that's the right way to describe how I feel about it. Because want means that it's something I desire. I desire
and you said 3 times in a frickin' row over a period of time, I want to believe in it.
Yeah, but the reason, I said I
get what you're saying, Burns. You're saying, I
Yeah.
understand. You're saying that I'm characterizing you as wanting to believe. I understand.
Yeah,
So anyway,
yeah.
how do you explain away the objective measurements and observations, such as the laser tests and long distance observations, that if we lived on a globe with the curvature rate claimed by the WGS 84 model, objects would disappear into the distance away from out of your view. The curvature will increase approximately at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Or if you prefer, to say that all horizon distances must be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer height, whichever math you prefer to use. Either one predicts curvature that we never see anywhere, and we can see objects in the distance that we should not see, as well as lasers hitting targets at distances when the target should be obscured behind hundreds of feet of curvature. So regardless of your pictures from space, when we look at the actual objective measurements, which you could also repeat for yourself if you cared enough, Burns, how do you explain that we can see too far and that the laser keeps hitting the target?
Well, honestly, that's not a topic that I'm educated enough in to speak on. I'll be real with that right now. I've definitely seen them, but
just get what you know. You don't need to
I would say I think that
topic. Like
I think that
here
argument
don't deal with that kind of stuff. Like you are welcome here. Nobody's going to shun you because you aren't an expert at anything. Like we want to hear what you actually know about it.
Oh, I don't think I'll be able to characterize myself well enough on those issues because I don't know the science behind it or anything like that. I would have to research.
You're not curious, Burns. I'm sorry, but you're just not. You say you don't like me saying you want to believe, but I'm sorry, but you want to believe.
Exactly.
Well, no, in the
we're presenting images from space as being proof, and you don't want to look at the actual proof on the other side. If you wanted to examine an issue, you need to take it from a balanced perspective.
I have looked at it.
Wait, hold up, Burns.
You have not. No, if you haven't investigated the basic argument yet, then that's a dishonest.
I do know the basic argument.
Hold up. Cut the shit. Like, actually made the comment that I've been trying to say, and I just haven't said it, but he said, just be real. Just be fucking real. And that goes towards like being factual. Like we don't care if you're not a scientist. We don't care about all the gobbledygook that you are supposed to be indoctrinated with all this paperwork. Like, what do you actually know for yourself as a human being in these conversations? What actually makes sense? You don't need all this. Like, just be real. So cut the shit. Like, thank you for that. Just be real.
No, I agree. Yeah, and on the note of the whole like laser test and horizon thing, I think there's a lot more to that we probably don't understand. It seems like it with people talking about refraction.
We understand it really well.
Stuff
No,
like that.
sorry, Burns. Well, okay, I'm sorry. I should have let you recite your dogma. No, all of that has been explained here. We have counter arguments for each point that they bring up. Refraction doesn't work the way they claim. They rely on people being either ignorant of science or being pseudoscience, adherents to the pseudoscientific religion, which is fine as long as you're actually more honest than a lot of these people. You acknowledge it as being a belief. But would you do me one favor, Burns? Because you're woefully unequipped for this debate. That's obvious. If you cared enough, you'd go and research some more instead of just saying, "Oh yes, somebody figured it out about the refraction." I'm sure that's what I just told you. People who are end up becoming honest flat earthers were sure of that too, and then when they actually looked into it, because they, taught themselves or already knew how light works and so on, or had a rudimentary understanding of physics, they realized that these arguments didn't hold water and didn't adhere to how light actually works. Anyway, if you would do me a small favor, I would truly appreciate it for the time that we've put into talking to you. Not I'm saying I'm done talking to you, but please bookmark Dr. John D. video that I put at 27 minutes after the hour. It's only 15 minutes long. If you care enough,
sure.
Burns, I challenge you to watch that video, and then another day, maybe next week, ladies' night, or whenever you feel like it, sometime during the week, come in and tell us what you think about that video after watching, because that does go into the whole refraction argument. It explains, why refraction does not explain these long distance observations. It's explained in great detail, very slowly and carefully. So that will answer the questions that you have if you care enough to watch it.
Yeah, sure. And I thought I might just add, since I don't want to take up too much time, the real thing that I've gotten from this, which I kind of already knew about all of the Horizon stuff. But anyways, those two pieces of evidence, and I would call the space thing evidence. I know you guys don't agree with that, but maybe I should research it more. They conflict with each other because one, to me, proves that without a doubt, okay, we can say that the Earth is a globe. Let's go along with that. The other one proves that, maybe we should start thinking about something different, the Horizon thing, which makes sense. But those two seem like unequivocal. That's not a word. I don't know what I'm saying. But they seem like certain things that are true that conflict each other. So that's why I don't believe in flat Earth.
Okay,
but
you
I
need
feel
to
like
have more faith in yourself because unequivocal is actually a word.
Okay. Did I use it in the correct context?
You did use it in the correct context, and it
Perfect.
actually is a word. And so you need to have more faith in yourself. And I've heard you numerous times say, I'm not this, I'm not that, so therefore I can't this and I can't that. That's not true. You don't need years of money and indoctrination to understand basic laws of nature and how things work. So the more that you experiment with that, and the more that you have conversation with us, and the more that you allow yourself just to be you. And you know what? We all make mistakes, and we might have an idea and we think it's great and it can be shit. And then that's how you work it out within an actual free speech world, is that we're able to actually discuss these things. And we're like, hey, I came up with this idea. Well, that idea actually ends up being shit. But guess what? That shit idea actually ends up becoming the best thing in the world, and back and forth and whatever again. But you have to have your shoulders squared the fuck up and know that just because what they say is a smart person does not make a smart person. There can be somebody who has paid thousands upon hundreds and hundreds and millions of dollars for all these kinds of certificates and not actually know shit, but just be able to regurgitate shit, right? So,
yeah, I do understand that.
Don't do that to yourself. I think you're on the right path. I think you just need to start asking the right questions, and you need to be firm held and understanding what it is you're asking. And then really understand what you are receiving as an answer.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely important in argument in all cases, just because I don't like to say things that I'm not 100% sure of, especially in a formal argument environment, which is why I...
Okay, then you're going to have to stop saying you think you live on a globe. You're going to have to stop saying these images from space.
Exactly.
Well, that's why I say I think.
Exactly.
Because I don't 100% believe it, but I describe it as...
But you keep saying it, and you keep defending it, right? So you're able...
Yeah, because
in some way, in your nature, you feel like you can square up and be like, you know what, I actually think it's more of this. And you know why? It's because you think you have more people on your side that think that way, but you don't actually really truly understand it. So why is it that you're able to do that and be comfortable with that rather than in a room filled with people that actually think the opposite? So you are able to do that. So just stop telling your mind that you're incapable of that.
I'm not trying to
have
say
these arguments.
I'm not trying to say I'm incapable. I'm just saying
Either. This isn't a formal debate. We're people on the internet talking about the reality of our, and we care. The people in this server actually care, whether you're a glober or flat earther, or you think it's a convex or whatever the shape may be. We care about people, and we want to know like what it is you actually think, and we all treat each other as human beings. So this isn't some kind of formal debate where it's like we're out to get you and like ha ha ha, you're so dumb, whatever.
Oh no, I get it.
We
Did
want
you
to hear what you think.
I did. I will definitely check it out
Burns,
later.
did you bookmark it? Okay, good.
Yeah, the reason I was just saying formal argument.
Which one
I
did you
did.
bookmark, Burns?
The Black Swan.
Which one? Good. Okay, just making sure. Thank
Okay.
you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I would, even if you secretly watch it, even if you start to secretly thinking, maybe we aren't on a globe. You don't even have to tell anybody, Burns. You can keep it to yourself if you want. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. No, the reason I was saying formal argument though, I don't mean to say that it's not like a, I don't know, down to earth thing here. Didn't realize the meaning of that saying. But anyways, no, I mean, I've seen the way things go on this place a lot, and people get bitter at each other and argue because they're not very...
Okay, nope, you can't do that. This is ladies' night. We are not taking the whole encompassing of anything that happens between long-standing rivalry of people that come in here. This is ladies' night, and we talk to people on a new founding basis. So even people who are longtime rivals, we act as if they have never been spoken to before. We talk to Matthew Learns all the fucking time, right? Like, and he's amazing. So this isn't some long-standing rivalry, or like if you can pickpocket like moments within 24/7 where people get dumped on because they've been here for so long and they still do not get it. You are new. We are being, generous to you. We understand that you are conflicted, and we want to have a conversation with you. So don't do that to everything that you keep saying is something that you're doing to yourself. You're stopping this conversation from like progressing because you are doing something in your own mind saying that this conversation can't possibly progress. So stop doing that. Like
I think it can
said
progress.
earlier, just be real. Like, we want to hear the minutia of why you think things can't work, why you think that it is a globe, and then we can have that conversation. It doesn't need to be hard. It never needs to be hard.
No, I understand. I was just saying I would like to be careful with my words because that's the best way to understand people in general, is just making sure that you portray your ideas in the most accurate way possible, because otherwise, you get lost in a lot of random tangents and things like that. But yeah, I get what you're saying. No, I would like to be real here as well.
So then just be real. What is your main point?
Yeah.
What if you...
Main point...
Because we're going to walk away, and hopefully there's somebody else we can talk to. So what
that's
is
fine.
your
I don't want to take up too much time.
No. So what is your main point? If you could walk away saying anything, what is your main point? And then we can end with that.
I don't necessarily have a main point. I really came here to ask a question about the weather, and you guys answered it. And I find it somewhat inconclusive, but it's interesting. And
How
I
do you
might
find
look
it
into it a little bit
inconclusive?
more.
So I would like to ask you, how do you find it inconclusive? When we talked about satellites, you still think that they're in outer space?
Well, that was a different one, but I don't think we really came to a conclusion on the weather argument, which is fine. I don't know if I have enough knowledge to come to the conclusion on that either. Anyways,
the only conclusion to be had on weather is that we can try and guess what might happen with it due to data that we have received, and we can guess based off of what we look on, that we can give a percentage of what might happen that day in that area due to past history of what has happened, whether how it acts. That's the best we can give.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not even
I think that I think that we disagreed on the fact, or sorry, not the fact. I think we disagreed on the point that if there were satellite technology to create like weather predictions or guesses, that it wouldn't be, or I disagreed, and I think that it still wouldn't be 100% accurate and maybe realistic to today.
Yeah,
Do
but
you think that the reason it's so inaccurate is because we don't have that?
We went into La La Land when we had that discussion. I was saying that if a satellite was actually able to go out into outer space and pinpoint what a cloud was doing at that exact moment, then it could actually possibly predict something, right? Rather than if it put us in post-diction or, guessing. That's just me living in La La Land with when you were talking about a satellite actually being able to be in outer space, which is not happening. That is not happening. There's no satellites in outer space. So it still leads me to the question, do you still believe that satellites are in quote unquote outer space?
I do, or I still do believe that. And
why?
I guess it's I forget the word for it in logic class.
There was no logic class that would teach you that satellites are in outer space.
Oh no, I'm just talking about the way the argument went, because that is a presupposition.
If you wanted to start logic class, you need to start all the way back to Euclid's Elements. And if you don't know Euclid's Elements, then you're not even allowed to have conversation in philosophy or anything else. So
no, I understand that. I was just saying, I guess there are reasons, or there is like evidence that makes me believe that satellites are in space per se, and that's why I believed the weather thing.
So, but you still keep saying this over and over, but are not giving us anything.
Well, I do actually have friends
that are out there. I would love to hear it.
I have friends that work on projects at NASA, not satellites, but other things. I know someone actually. I have another friend.
You're still not getting to the point. Get to the point. What is the evidence that they are out there? I don't want stories about who you know and all things. What is the evidence that there are satellites in quote unquote outer space? What is your evidence?
I think the evidence is documentation of the engineering of those things, because they do make them.
People just saying that they're doing it.
Well, yeah, there's like educational.
So that's nothing.
Okay. I guess we might disagree on that.
Yeah, we will definitely disagree. Just somebody saying that they did something does not provide evidence that it actually happened.
Well, yeah, but if they make a study on it,
I don't care if they studied that somebody said that they did something. That's like somebody taking the book of, Lord of the Rings, and they're like, "Oh my goodness, he said that all these things happen in this Middle Earth, and so we're going to say that Middle Earth actually exists because all these things happen there."
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from.
Evidence that it actually happened. Exactly. And I know that you have a rational mind. I've listened to you. So I'm hoping the more that you actually stick around, the more that you talk to people, you'll stick to facts rather than feelings and emotions of something that is fiction.
I don't really,
because that's not reality.
Think that that's based on emotion at all. I mean, if I were to design a product and release my research and then our development and all of that, which is public for a lot of things, I mean, I think that's an educational way to present.
Yeah, if there is something that is actually real and hard-founded facts, then yes, that is not emotional. But when you are talking about something that is not at all real, then yes, it is based on like fantasy and emotions and La La Land. You have to bring it down into reality. So this has been going on a long time. Is there anyone else that wants to talk with us?
I've got a question.
I don't think. Okay.
I've had a good conversation, by the way. I think it's.
I did too.
Thank you very much.
Wait, hold up. I just want to say, Burns,
come back and tell us what you think of that video.
Yeah, and I think Burns, it was actually a really good conversation. You're a really good sport, so I would love to talk with you more about all of this. I just hope you ground yourself in the facts rather than the fantasy.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you too. So I think it was Paza who said that they wanted to say something, unless somebody has somebody else that hasn't spoken before.
I thought it was somebody else, was it? I was thinking it was Ugly
I thought there was. Yeah, I thought
that Ugly Peanut's not verified. Too bad.
Okay.
Who had Plaza then? Who had
Plaza?
The questions. Speak up.
Yeah, sure. I'm here.
Yo.
We were talking earlier on about the weather and stuff, and I don't want to keep going on about that because I think he made some points about the chaotic nature of it, and that no one can really predict it. And I think we all agree on that. Really, is that whatever the weather is doing, it's not really 100% predictable. If you could see every cloud, you could see where every cloud was going. You still wouldn't be able to. Do you agree that you wouldn't be able to necessarily tell when that was going to trigger rain from that cloud? Would you? Do you know what I mean? So it's just by virtue of saying, okay, if they could see every cloud, then they could know the weather. That's not necessarily true, though, is it? Really, there is a possibility that they wouldn't know when things are going to happen. Because because weather is a huge system and a huge complex system. So even just a visual observation of every cloud wouldn't tell you when the rain's coming, surely. I mean, we must agree on that, surely. Isn't that a fair statement to make?
Ah, fuck. Was nobody else listening? Because I was.
Sorry, I thought Shine was going to answer you.
I know. I actually wasn't listening. I was in the main chat, so I totally wasn't paying attention. I think we were both doing the same thing. I'm so sorry, Pausa. Can you repeat it one more time, and I'll totally respond to you?
Yeah, of course. I was saying that there's an argument to you can whether or not you agree that satellites are there or not. Yeah. The assertion that if they were, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're talking about the satellites, whether they're there or not. But the assertion that
the assertion that if they were there and they were able to see the clouds at all times, they would have a much better prediction of the weather. I mean, would you agree with me that if you could see all the clouds for whatever means all the time, you still wouldn't necessarily come up with an accurate prediction of when they're going to drop their range? You know what I mean? Just the act of being able to observe them all is not in itself.
You're going back to my argument about like if the satellite was in outer space and was so far away that it was able to see the clouds.
Yes.
And for what they're doing at that exact moment, that they would have a better range of prediction than the weather balloons that we actually do have that are, sitting amongst the clouds, whatever. And, they're actually above them, but there's still shit in between them, whatever. So you're basically saying that my argument that if they were farther away, they wouldn't have a better range of actually predicting what might come next. Or what they're doing at that exact moment. Is that your argument?
What I'm saying is, let's supposing there is some means by which you could see some sort of like model or some sort of data, you could see all the clouds. You knew where all the clouds were and where they were going. Yeah, there would still always be an element which you would be guessing, because in just knowing where the clouds are isn't necessarily an indication of where they're going to rain and when it's not going to rain, is it? You know what I mean? Because clouds.
But no. So this is my point. The point that I was making was that we don't have that right now. What we have are scattered weather balloons, right? And these scattered weather balloons are usually either below the clouds or amongst the clouds, and it's fucking chaos. Maybe we have some weather balloons that are constantly above the clouds, but they just don't have the technology to actually say what these clouds are actually doing. I'm saying if we had the technology to actually be able to leave and go into outer space and read exactly like what they're saying, like we can see what this cloud is doing and what this cloud is doing and all these things that they're saying they're able to do, then we should be able to predict the weather. But we are not able to predict the weather because they are not doing what they're saying they are capable of doing. We do not have the technology to do that. So yes, I agree with you that we do not have the technology to do that. But if we did, then yes, we would be able to say that this cloud would be doing this at this moment because it would be above the clouds, reading into the clouds and saying that this is what would happen next. Does that make sense? So I think we agree and disagree at the same time.
Of course it does. I mean,
Okay.
there is no doubt that they're chucking an enormous amount of resource. Satellites notwithstanding, there's enormous resource on the ground into weather research here, and a lot of the predictions nowadays actually come out of their models that they build on the ground using computers and just measuring the weather everywhere. So obviously, if you're in like one part of America and the prevailing winds are going westward, and you've got rain, heavy rain for 2 hours, it's much easier to say that, in a couple of hours further westward there will be rain because the weather's traveling that direction. So a lot of the models are based on that kind of analysis, I think, anyway. I mean, the satellite stuff is, if what they're saying about the satellite stuff is real, then satellite meteorology in the framework they give it is not that mature a science anyway compared to like normal meteorology. I mean, meteorology as a science is Victorian. It's the beginning of the 19th century.
I guess I'm missing your point of what they're actually doing with the so-called weather balloons, which we know that I'm hoping that you don't think these are in outer space. I hope that you understand that they are simply weather balloons. And so I'm wondering what you think is like. I think I'm missing the point.
I don't think that my belief of whether there are satellites in space actually affects what I'm trying to say here. I mean, the science of well, the point I'm making is that, and maybe that's where I'm not being clear, is that the science of meteorology predates this flight, man-made flight, in so much as like the science of meteorology is like a long-standing thing where you make observations over many locations on the ground of what the weather's doing, and you have enough data to work out what's going to happen next year or the year after at that time of year. That was the dawn of meteorology, is working out that it's cyclical, in some respect. So you could work out that at a given time there'd be certain types of weather at a certain location, because there is a level of predictability in the weather with the seasons and so forth. But above and beyond that, in more recent years, certainly in the last century, even without leaving the ground, their levels of which they measure the data and the depth of data they acquire on the ground means that their predictions are much stronger and much more reliable than they were back then. So weather in the 1960s, TV weather in the 1960s was reasonably accurate. It would always have days when they said it was going to be sunny when it was overcast, or days when it was rainy when it was going to be, when it should have been dry. But it was never like they never say to,
Okay, wait, hold up. Let's just stop, because we have other people that want to chat in here that said they want to ask questions, and I would love to carry this question on with you further.
You get on those other people.
We are going into speculation, and we are going into what could possibly be. When we do want to keep ladies' night to what we actually do know. So I hope you. I'm not trying to wait. Hold up. I'm not trying to be rude to you, but there was somebody that did want to speak. That has been waiting for a long time. So I think it's Snipabella. Snipabella, are you here? If you're not here, we will.
Well, that's the way you interpreted my comment, but yeah, put him on the spot for sure.
Yeah. If you want to talk,
come up.
That would be awesome. Snipabella, are you here to speak? Let me at you in the messages, and maybe
I'm okay. I'm still just listening.
You don't have a question at all?
Not at this time.
Okay, we thought that you did, so we just wanted to make sure your voice would be heard.
I'm okay.
So okay, cool. So then we'll go back to the conversation. Thank you for.
We've also got
doing that.
Dustpan and Blang. We've got Blang.
We just want to make sure that everyone gets to be heard. So, who else is here? Who was
Anger, it? ENGR. There's ENGR, there's Blang Blang, there's Dustpan. There's probably other people. Yeah, if there's anybody.
Okay, so let's start off first. Dustpan. Hey, Dustpan, do you have anything to say? Dustpan, are you here? Anything to say? Nothing. The other one? I'm trying to go down the lane and Okay, so we have Ceruvium Kuru. I do not know how to say that. I'm so sorry. Ceruvium Kuru. Let me add him. Maybe that will help. Does anybody know how to say that? I know you guys are saying it. Oh, I can't do that. No.
We've also got Joshua's question from the audience. Did you see that? Shines?
No, I didn't. No. Who?
I don't know if Josh. And it was thing like I think it was like, why can we see the ISS? Is that what it was? That old trope? I don't remember exactly what it was. What was it, Joshua?
Yeah, she wants to know why she can see the ISS from New York. And I said, you can't see the ISS from New York. It's smaller than a jet at a higher altitude. You mean to tell me you can look out there and see a jetliner in the sky? I'm just trying to get her to join, but she won't.
I don't know if anybody saw this. Did anybody see the funny little picture? Oh, I might not have it. Oh, I do have it. Right, it's right here. So funny that I still have this. But I thought this was like so hilarious. I just posted in chat where it looks like the ISS, and then when it zoomed in on, it says seeing something the size of a football field from 253 miles is impossible. The ISS is 100% fake, but it's shaped, that text is shaped just like the ISS. I thought that was pretty cool. That was a cool little picture.
Yeah, it's just another case. If you're still out there, I think her name was Jess. You know, it's just another case of you're believing the story you were told without checking out its authenticity. And in fact, the story up to a reality check for the reason Battle Modest just told you. The size that we're given does not match up to the distance that we're told that it's at. So whatever the thing is up there, it's not what we were told. And it's clearly not... in any kind of vacuum. All the weightless, so-called weightless videos are just filled with so-called weightless, are filled with inconsistencies and so on, glitches in their CGI. They're just a disreputable organization, NASA. So that's why we don't believe their story, because it doesn't hold up when you test it in reality. So there's your answer. But if you talk to us some more, that'd be great, Jess. You're always welcome. Or anyone else that's out there that's just listening but not in the server, you can just type into your web browser address box there, discord.gg/flat earth, and it'll take you right here.
Hi, I thought
if there's any people who...
it's Stacy.
Go ahead. Hi, Stacy.
Okay, my bad. She's not in New York. She's in the Midwest, she said.
Doesn't matter where you are. The story's the same. But, go ahead, Stacy.
So, I find it kind of funny. Out of all the friends I could have, I'm actually friends with a guy, because I'm in WA, Western Australia, and he's actually like project manager of like WA's first satellite. So, I find it kind of funny how we're friends, because, we're at completely different ends of belief. But it's when I was his name Burns, he was like talking about, if they make satellites, sort of implying that they wouldn't make it if it's not real. And obviously, the people who make them, like my friend Ben, they genuinely believe they're making satellites to go up into low Earth orbit or wherever. But all they do is all the hard work and the engineering and designing. But once they do that, they hand it off to like this. Well, for him, his sort of team handed it off to like a Japanese agency, and then it's all theirs from then on. So it always goes up to someone else with, and And also one thing I find interesting, I don't talk to him much about his satellite stuff because, he doesn't want to think the Earth's not a sphere because, that's his whole life is not making satellites, but that's now part of it. But when he was talking about how they're able to track it, apparently he just uses the Doppler effect. And obviously he's a lot more engineering knowledge and stuff, but I think, how can you just use a Doppler effect to confirm that there's a satellite going over your head, which is your satellite? And I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff which has convinced him it's true, but I just think the Doppler effect, really? That's all you have for proof of this satellite? And there's a lot of other documentation and stuff too, but it seems a lot like jargon to me. But
have you asked him why you think the Doppler effect could be used?
Well, yeah, before you go on with that, Paza, let me just comment, please, just on what she said. You can talk to her in just a second. I just wanted to say, Stacey, I appreciate you bringing that up because what it made me think of is, Burns earlier saying, basically, why would they lie? A lot of times people make the assumption that all of these workers in these different agencies, or engineering firms, or, education, and so on, would also be consciously lying, but they clearly aren't because of compartmentalization. And it's funny because I made the assumption one day, the people filming on Devon Island in Canada, the so-called Mars missions, which are clearly filmed on Earth, okay, so they must be in on it. But then someone in the server checked me on that very well. They said, oh, no, they could just tell them, oh, the weather wasn't good on Mars, so we had to do this on Earth to, appease the masses or national security. These people, whatever story they want. And just like we saw with Burns, if they want to believe, they'll believe what they're doing is so important for national security. They don't all have to know. And what you just illustrated with your friend is a very good illustration of that. Thank you, Stacey, for...
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but the reason I asked that question is because I want
to ask her, Plaza?
Yeah, the reason I asked that question, I don't mean to interrupt you. It's your evening, but I worked on satellite technology as well, so I'm just curious as to what did you ask him why he had that? What affirmation you got from the Doppler effect that made him think he was seeing the truth, so to speak?
Yeah, I just find the concept of having a Doppler effect to be the proof is just, in my opinion, I'm a lot less educated than he is on these topics.
It's not obvious. You're coming across quite well spoken, so it's not obvious. That doesn't make any difference one with the other, does it? You got your own. I'm sure you got your own expertise and your own personal experiences that make you qualified in certain things.
Yeah, well, logically, I just think that there's a lot of atmospheric stuff going on above in our atmosphere, and I think a Doppler effect could be so many different variations of different things that to pin it on a satellite, just it seems a bit, I just in my comprehension, I think you can't really conclude it to that.
Sure. That's fair enough. I mean, everyone's got their own. I mean, I say I'm more. Again, this is the ladies' night, so I don't want to. True, but I'm in the same situation. I've worked on.
Then don't do it, Pata.
Okay, shall I leave and come back another time? Yeah, it's probably the best thing, isn't it? You reckon, Sasha?
If you have something to say that is worth talking about, then talk about what you want to talk about. Sasha isn't part of Ladies' Night, so I don't know why you're asking him. I am part of Ladies' Night, and so I'm asking you, do you have something that is worth discussing? If you do, then we don't want you to go.
No, I've worked on satellite technology. I've had conversations outside Ladies' Night, and I've worked on technology that I haven't worked on the satellites directly, but I've worked on all the levels of this communication that goes to and from the satellites. And from my experience in that context, they're a long way away. That's the simplest way I can far beyond what a balloon could be. They're a long way away, and that's everything from like the equipment that transmits that you would presuppose transmits the information to these entities, and the equipment that receives the entities around an area of the world where I live. So from that perspective, and looking at those two things, there's either two scenarios. They either are a long way away, far beyond what would be conventional balloons in a conventional atmosphere, and what would allude to be outer space, or there is a fantastically sophisticated mechanism in place to convince me and everybody on the ground working to nearly being with the satellites but not quite being with them, that we're wrong.
I don't understand where you're coming from. That you think that these balloons that are decently high up in the sky can give information back down to us. Why do you think that it needs to be in outer space?
We're talking about something which is like.
Yeah, we've got another person here who has a question also. I just wanted to say, Pazza, you're also another good example. Like he actually believes. Yeah, so he's another good example, just like Stacy's friend who, puts out some science word that she that she just admitted that she's not going to be able to understand the finer bobers that say refraction, Doppler effect, throw some, just pick up the science glossary, just pick a word, throw it out there, say, yeah, that proves the globe. Oh, okay, guess it does. I mean, it's just, it's disingenuous. It's just these, a lot of times, not saying that's you, Pazzo, or Stacy's friend, but a lot of it's about their own knowledge. So they try to defend themselves, in kind of this, way of trying to ward people off from actually finding out, what they really know. But it's fine, but Pazzo, if you believe your satellites do what you think they do, and they're so far away, despite the fact that it's impossible for that fantasy medium of outer space to exist, for the vacuum of outer space or near vacuum of outer space. It's really
well, and he doesn't
an impossibility. But if you want to keep believing, go ahead.
He doesn't even want to discuss that part.
So anyway, let's. No, yeah, he doesn't want to. But we can go back. Yeah, if we don't get anything.
Let Dandelion go on.
Can I just say one thing before I go?
No, because you're just going to keep going
on. Pazza. If you want to come in, after ENGR, who wants to be unmuted and has hope.
Yes.
A lot to say.
Let's give somebody else a chance
on that. If you want to come back and tell us how you can have gas pressure without a container, which is what you were talking about when we started Ladies' Night, by all means, present your verifiable of gas pressure without a container. That's fine, Pazza. But I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap it up before we unmute ENGR.
I've just got basically just two very simple questions. Nothing offensive. Just simple questions. Is Ladies' Night every Friday night? Is that correct?
It's Friday, starting at 2 p.m. Eastern or Western time. Yeah.
What time does it finish?
When we're done.
Okay, great.
You're there at other times. Is that what you're saying, Pazza? They're not really working on us.
I think he might get a better chance. I think he might think that it will be easier when we're not here. You
talk about the minutiae. Yeah.
We're giving you a very light-hearted version.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, we'll unmute. You don't have to leave there, Pazza. But yeah, you probably have better light. At different times. I have no idea, but. You're welcome to stick around and give us your proof of gas pressure without a container. That'd be perfect. Just get that prepared while we unmute Mr. ENGR. Because, like I said, it's 50-50 that he'll have anything to say, but maybe he will. Maybe he'll surprise us.
Hello.
Hello there. Hello there.
How are you guys doing? Okay, well, I did have some questions about the things you were talking about. In particular, satellites. Pardon me?
We'd like to hear your questions. Yes, I can give you the VC verified role, so in the future you'll be able to unmute if you agree to follow the rules of the server.
That would be awesome, yeah.
Oh, somebody already gave it to you. Look at that, lucky you. Oh, and somebody already gave you.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. You come with a warning label. All right, keep going.
Anyway, but yeah. So you think that satellites don't exist, right? So, what's the basis behind
hold up. Wait. What did you say?
You said that satellites don't exist, right? So, like,
No, we
what's
never
your,
said
what's
that.
the basis
No,
behind this
stop,
claim?
stop. We never said that satellites don't exist.
Okay.
Yeah, so that
Like-
never happened.
I mean, you're technically implying that they don't exist by saying
No, we've
that.
never even implied that
Okay,
they
so
do
what's
not
your
exist.
claim then? What's your
We
claim?
are saying that satellites do exist, and they are weather balloons, or they are radar, or there are a bunch of different things that are ground tower related or weather balloon related. And yes, so there are tons of different satellites, and you can even call the moon a satellite. So we're not saying the moon doesn't exist.
How's the moon a
Like,
satellite? Can you explain maybe? Like,
I would
it's a
love
bit
to know. That's
Okay.
a Glober thing. They say that the moon is a satellite. So why don't you go
I
ahead
don't
and
think
explain that?
any person who believes in the globe Earth believes that the moon is a satellite. I
Really,
don't think
that's
I've ever
really
heard that.
funny because it's always been called a satellite. The fact that you don't even know that the moon is called a satellite is hilarious.
Moon
So,
satellite.
it
it's just
sounds-
not even that.
let me show you right now. Moon satellite.
You don't know that. Yeah, it's a
There's a difference between artificial satellite and
It's very easy.
I think you're confusing a natural
No.
satellite with an artificial satellite. So
No shit, Sherlock. That's what you're doing. So I'm telling
Okay,
you
why are
all
you
the different
angry?
type.
Like,
Wait, no, because
why
you're
are you
being
mad?
you are being egotistical and arrogant. You're coming
How
in
am I being
here
arrogant?
telling us
Can you tell
because
me?
you are saying what we think when that's not what we think, and we are explaining to you what we actually think, and you're still dismissing it. So that is egotistical and arrogant.
Okay,
so if you want to
what
have
are
an
you saying,
honest
then?
conversation
What's your
about
point?
what
What's your
we
point, huh? What's
see,
your
and
point?
this is what I'm talking about. You just want to have an argument, no matter what the argument
It's not
actually
an argument.
is.
I'm asking you a question. How's that an argument?
No, you're
What? Oh my
the
god!
one to ask about satellites. We tried
This
to
is so
explain our
funny.
position. Do you have a claim, ENGR? Do you think that you live on a spinning globe?
Yes, I do.
Yes, of
Okay,
course
what
he
is your
does.
best evidence? What is your best piece of evidence to back up
Because
this
I
claim?
like to believe in people who know more than me, and yeah,
Oh my god!
like you.
Wow. So you want to believe
Let him
in
recite his
people-
dogma. Let him talk for. I want to hear more about this.
Okay,
You like
okay,
to
go ahead.
believe in
Yes,
people
you're
that
right.
know
You're
more
right.
than- I want to hear
Let's have
more.
fun.
Come on, we need
Let's
to hear
have
this
fun.
dogma. Come on.
Let's have fun.
I
Go
mean,
ahead.
Your
You're right.
entire
People that know more
claim
than you. Can I have
your entire
give me more? Tell me more.
ideology is based on the fact that you can't trust people, and like you're projecting your paranoia onto other people, which is kind of sad if you ask me. But
It's a psychological argument. How about the evidence?
what evidence? Like, what do you want me to tell you? Like, just the fact that you can't trust people doesn't mean I'm wrong.
Didn't say we could generalize like that. I said
we
what
got to go back
evidence
to my
you
No
question.
matter what I'm going to say, you're not going to believe me.
Remzel
Like,
Medic, make him
that's
answer
what
my
paranoia
question.
is.
What? Hold on. I'm sorry. And nope, we're not going there, ENGR. Hold on. Go back to the original question, which I asked you, which was, what is your best evidence that you live on a spinning globe? You said you want to believe that there's people who know more than you. Okay, that we can work with that. So let's analyze, what is it that these people who you think know more than you told you? How did they convince you that you live on a spinning globe?
There's like a very simple argument. It's called gravity. And you're probably going to laugh at this because you guys don't believe in gravity, which is
I don't
to me
believe
a bit baffling, but yeah.
You're about belief. So you're advocating for religion. We want evidence. So can you give us evidence for why you would even think there is gravity?
You're like, oh my god. I mean, have you heard of the Cavendish experiment? It's a
Okay,
classic.
you know what?
We
You
know
need to
more about it
stop.
than you. If you want to go for the Cavendish, we'll destroy you on it. So get
Yeah,
ready.
we will.
You know more,
Get him, girl.
You know more about it than I do? Okay, no.
Yes,
how about
we
you
do.
answer me?
Yeah, let's do a one-on-one. Yeah, hold on.
Yes, we know more.
Hold on. I'm not in here. Hold on. Please stop. We are now going to do a one-on-one, Damsel Medic and ENGR on Cavendish. No other topic until we get an agreement.
I'm at the
Do
store.
it. Do it.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have Shines do it because I'm actually in the middle of driving and I can't be sure I'm going to be okay.
Oh my god, I can't either. But you were the one who started the.
No, I'm
thing,
just
so I was
saying,
like, go ahead.
go for
Well, I
Cavendish.
hope you
Do you want to
crash.
do it, Dandelion? Do you got time to do it right now?
Oh my god.
That was nice. He said he hopes
What
you
is it,
crashed
sir?
and then dipped.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not
he
kidding.
left. He already
Yeah,
left.
Yeah, he realized he came to a guy.
Bidded you farewell.
I was about to make plans. I was gonna make plans with my husband and make sure my husband was my husband. I was gonna make plans with my husband, so my son wasn't here, and I was like, I'll make plans to have this conversation.
Yeah,
and
I'll do
cancel, and nobody else will
Cavendish
man
anytime.
up. Like fuck, I will. I will
play Cavendish. Yeah, tell me what
What the hell?
Cavendish was actually telling us. To actually
Yeah.
give me a hypothesis for what Cavendish was doing. I bet he doesn't know.
It's a joke. That entire conversation, I knew from the moment he started speaking, it was a joke. Like his
It's all
ego,
psychological
his
argument.
condensation, like condensation. It was like condensation. His ego was so much that he was condensating all over the place with the goo of his like ickiness. Fuck. Yeah. On to the next. Who's somebody here that we can actually have a really legitimate conversation with? Because there are so many rovers that we can have good conversations with, and that was not one of them.
About 5 minutes. I've got to make a stop here, and then I'll be back.
Can I just? I've got to go, but I will say that his comments about you hoping you crash are abhorrent. I did in the comments say he was a twat, and I've actually got blocked out of making comments. I presume that's because I use a swear word.
You'll get it back again. I've done that before, where you swear accidentally in the chat. You'll get it back. It's only like a couple seconds, and then it comes back again. You're okay.
But there's no excuse for people coming in. There's no excuse for people coming in and making horrendous statements like that. That's just beyond.
Yeah, he was way too fucking much. He was way too much. Because we
maybe
want to have good conversation. Like, bring it on.
Of course, but you don't want to be doing that. That's got nothing to do with what you're doing here. I understand that. So, it was pretty crap.
Yeah, thank you for understanding that.
Endeared your. Sorry.
Wait, no. Say it again, Dandelion. I didn't hear you.
I said Pazza actually endeared himself to me a tiny bit. 1 point.
No, for sure.
100.
For sure.
Agreed. I'm okay. I might be a bit grumpy, but I'm not going to say anything disparaging about you.
Yeah, I think that he actually is like one of the people that it's cool. You can have a conversation with them. Like, fuck, if we could just get more people like that. Like, let's just have a conversation. It doesn't need to get dirty or tricky or whatever. Like, let's discuss the topic rather than the people.
I'm never going to troll you on a personal level or say anything like that, or I hope you this or I hope you that, because I wouldn't do that to people in real life. And you shouldn't treat people online differently to how you would in real life. No one on here. Occasionally, I say to someone that's wrong or you're an idiot, but that's only in a colloquial sense. I would never say anything abusive in here that I wouldn't say to your face, because you're only having a conversation here. That's all you're ever doing. And I understand the passion of the people in here and what they're trying to do, and it fascinates me. And a lot of the conversations I have in here have got nothing to do with on a one-to-one. Sometimes there's little times when we talk about other things, and it's interesting to hear what people have got to say. And I talk on people on many discords, and I think
likewise. And I just have to say, Pazza, that I don't know what your name is on other discords, but I'm on multiple servers as well.
Yeah.
And I put a little note next to your name. I just basically said, "Cool, absolutely legit. Like you're a good person." And that's what matters, right? Like you are actually somebody who wants to actually have the conversations, and you're not here for like all that other bullshit that most people are here. They just want to like swoop in, talk some shit, and not get anywhere. Like it's not moving us forward in any way, shape, or form. But I think that you actually do want that, so that's appreciated. It's appreciated for sure.
I'm interested in what people have got to say. There are people who, like you say, they bomb in. Want to say it a bit of abuse and then go, but that's Discord. That's Discord all over. I mean, I'm in groups of people who
call
talk
it Discord
about,
for a reason. Like exactly. Discord legit means that you're gonna have a Discord means like it's bad. It's not a good thing. But there are multiple people on here that actually want to turn that bad into a good. And I think you might be one of them. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm not going to do that because I talk to people like on a really anal level about local amenities or where I live, okay, right? And someone still jumps in and goes, "You're all bastards" or whatever, and just jumps out again. You think, well, what? This isn't a group that's in any way controversial. Why would you want to do that? It's because it's bizarre, really, that some people get a kick out of being horrific to people when they're just disappearing. I mean, what do you gain? It's immoral. It's immoral, and it shouldn't be done.
I agree completely. So let's see who else is in here that wants to have a conversation for Ladies' Night. Is Creation Bear still in here? Does anybody know who else is in here that wants to talk to us? That's new, or maybe not new, but has a question.
We've got Harlem Globetrotter, VC verified.
I have a question.
Hi there, Harlem.
Let's do it.
Question. Go ahead. Who's that?
No, it was me. I don't want. I want to make a joke. Sorry.
Yeah, I guess I would just say as a comment, we don't want to go on and on analyzing the rude dude, but that's all the Globe people have. They're sure they're right. When asked to provide evidence, they give a horrible insult and run away. So I mean, not all, but I shouldn't say not all, but that that level is common for these people who are stuck in the fantasy Globe religion. So I don't know, Harlem Globetrotter, if you've got any questions, speak up. I'm Yehuda. I think we might have spoken to you before. Jenny's here now. I saw you said you had to work, but now you must be done, so it's good to see you.
Hey, just
Hi,
got
girl.
Hey. I see we're having another Ladies' Night Marathon. Woohoo.
Always. Every Friday.
Can I ask a question? Hello, ladies.
Go on.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. My son just said, that's a donkey. Yes, it is, son. Sorry.
Yeah. So, can satellites be virtual machines?
Where's the cricket noise?
Nobody.
Maybe restate your question, Gabby Get.
Yeah. Well, satellites, they say we can detect radio signals coming from them, being sent from them. But using a network of radio antennas, they can create a place, a location in the air where these radio waves will interfere with each other and resonate. It's a place of resonance, and that place, that radio wave is actually being like amplified in that place. And when you point a antenna towards that place, it will look like your radio signal is being transmitted from that place and not from the antennas which are actually broadcasting the signal. And it's something similar with the sound, home theater surround sound effect. When you have many speakers around you and you cannot tell where the sound is. It's like you have those speakers right inside your head. But in your home, when you have that home theater system, if you move next to the wall, then you are stepping out from that place of resonance, and then you can hear. You can actually, by the sound, pinpoint where the location where the speakers are and the sound is coming from.
So, what you're saying is, and forgive me for interrupting, is that if you point all the speakers, right, in this case, they're radio signals at, let's say, over the equator, it could start to resonate, right?
Yeah.
Sort of like the sound is coming from there, but in this case, it's the signal. I think I was talking about this yesterday, and you just laid it down more eloquently. And I think it would make sense that if everybody pointed their signal to the equatorial region, then you could send signals all across the world and people would believe that they're satellites. And you could also put balloons up there.
Yes.
As repeaters, right?
Yeah. That works too. I mean, it's not just one method. They have many methods. They are using quite a lot of stuff, but to confirm this, I've seen a documentary made about HARP, and it's not one of those conspiratorial videos or whatever. It was made actually people who worked at HARP were being interviewed, and they were explaining what they are doing. And they said that with those antennas, it's an array of antennas. They said that they can make a radio signal circle the world, and they can choose, like they send one signal clockwise and the other one counterclockwise. And they can choose the location in the world where that signal will actually be resonating. And they can control it to make it like having a spin motion, circular motion around the Earth, above the Earth. And for us, that means that if you point your antenna towards that location, you get a radio signal from there. Like there is a transmitter right there in the air. And when it moved away and you didn't reposition your antenna, you lose the signal. So your antenna have to constantly move with it. If it's one which is orbiting.
Alrighty then.
Yeah. It's like the transmitting power output of all the antennas on the ground are being concentrated right in that spot in the air.
So is this in response to a Glober that was in here talking with one of the ladies? You were just wanting to put the technical side down?
Yeah, the guy.
I don't know, Jenny. You should try talking to Burns. Burns is back. Shines and I talked to Burns quite a bit, but I feel like you might have a good. If
I'm
Burns
more
can
than
speak,
willing to talk to him more. He is a gentleman and a scholar. He just doesn't realize that he is mixing fiction with fantasy. So it would be really cool to hear him speak to another lady, and maybe you can help him with that problem that he's having.
Well, we can give it a go, I guess.
You can. I think that you would always do the best job.
I have to say that I'm a little leery that Dandelion talked to him, you talked to him. I was like,
well, see, here's the problem. This is the problem.
No, I'm not trying to set you up. I'm not trying to set you up.
I know
Jenny.
And she's not.
Agreed. Let me just say one thing before you go on, Shines. He agreed to watch the Dr. John D. Black Swan Rising.
Oh,
Rising video.
Did he watch it?
And he's very polite and everything. I doubt if he had time to. I don't know. Maybe he went away for a while. Maybe
it would be really cool if he actually watched it.
What were you going to say?
But he is a genuine person. Like we're not setting you up. This isn't some kind of like whatever. Like we really think that we know that he's on the level. He's just like on the brink of it. And he's so stuck with actual fantasy rather than fact. And he thinks that somehow the fantasy is like more adventurous or whatever actual facts are more adventurous. So
it is pretty difficult it's pretty difficult to erase the chalkboard and start over.
Yeah, so we don't need to do that because I don't think that that's what's happening with him.
No, I mean erase the globe or chalkboard and.
Yeah, no, and I don't think that's happening with him either. He's literally,
but it's not easy to do.
He's on the level where he literally is like, I'm not a flat earther or a glober, but I'm leaning towards glober because of these kinds of things. And so when we talk to him about leaning towards that, it's always fantasy, and he wants us to go into these fantasy realms. So I think, anybody that can show him a new perspective, no matter who it is, might help him to show him that it's not reality. Like, you're delusional. And that is fiction rather than fact. And that fact is actually more beautiful and more adventurous and more wondrous and actually has the more wonder than fantasy actually does.
Are you available, Burns? That was a good intro. I don't know. Maybe he can't speak.
Hello?
That's fine. Oh, hello. Oh, we just wanted to introduce you to our friend Jenny. She just arrived
Hi.
here. She
I was
had to
making
work.
some food.
Oh, okay. What'd you make?
I made some pizza warmed up.
Was it good? How'd you warm it up? Did you warm it up in the
probably.
microwave or the oven?
Definitely the microwave. I don't have a
See,
lot of
now
money
you should've
here.
warmed it. You should have warmed it in the oven. I mean, isn't it worth a little bit more time to warm? Don't you think it's better when you warm
It's
it up in the oven?
a long walk to the oven where I am, so
Oh, okay. I understand. That's all you got around. I get that. All right. Sorry. I didn't mean to divert. Jenny.
Oh,
this
it's
is
all right.
Burns.
hello.
My turn.
I'm being summoned.
Okay, so you're kind of new to the topic.
We're on the back one.
I wouldn't say I'm necessarily new.
Now we're ready for it. Oh,
God rocking, you're hot miking. Gosh,
As
he used to do that
usual.
every day. Now, yeah, has he been doing it all the time? I haven't heard it for a while. Hey there, God rocking, mute yourself. I'll mute him if he doesn't. Jenny.
Mute yourself, God reckon.
fucking cold.
Okay. Who is it that I'm talking to, you guys? Sorry.
I thought it was Burns, but I'm not quite sure anymore. It's supposed to be Burns. And so Burns came in here and you have stated, you can mark me wrong, but you stated that you are not flat earth or globe earth, that you are kind of in between, but you're leaning towards the globe. And the conversation that we delved on that when I was like, well, why would you lean more towards the globe? As you stated, satellite. And then we got into conversation about that. Is that a genuine reconstruction of what happened prior?
Sure, and I could add that satellite is not the only thing, just an example, but also I would say I am globe. I can't prove everything that I'm saying, which is why I didn't claim that like it's 100% true. But yeah.
And so let me just add this. So we went through actually what satellites are. We went through second law of thermodynamics, and he is having an issue with that. There's an issue there where he isn't able to kind of like understand what we're saying when it comes to the second law. So if you can help us with that, Jenny.
Well, I like to take my own approach. A little bit simpler approach. Because it really doesn't have to be. I mean, I appreciate listening to everybody talk and get real technical, but where I stand, it's not that difficult. So, who is it? Burns that we're talking to?
Yes.
Okay, hey Burns, what's up?
What's up?
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I actually might grab my food from the microwave really quick.
Hey, you know what? You go ahead and do that, and you come back when you're done eating your food.
It will be like 10 seconds.
No, you just take whatever time you need. I don't want you to like eat cold food or whatever. It's all good. We're gonna be here a while,
You're very considerate, Jenny. How was work today?
Oh my gosh, I barely made it. I'm kidding.
Made it there or made it through?
Made it through. It's so challenging sometimes. It's no wonder we can't get people to come in here to talk to us. They don't even know how to grocery shop or not throw their cigarettes on the ground or know how to drive. I mean, it's no wonder we can't get people to come in here and they're asking questions.
I am back here.
You ate your pizza already?
No, I made it. I was
You eat your
grabbing it.
pizza because I don't want to be interrupted later if that's all right with you. And I'm sure you don't want to have to be interrupted either. So why don't you just take like 5-10 minutes and eat your pizza?
Sure.
Because when I get on a roll, oh man, you lose something when you got to stop and all that kind of business. So, but anyway, so wasn't trying to shove him off or anything, but please say that can't be the only person we can talk to in here. I'm scrolling down the list. I mean, how many people we haven't?
Oh my gosh, so that's what I was saying, Jenny. I was like, is there anybody else in here? But I can't find anyone else. So.
We have 60 people in here. So I see a couple ladies. I see Bree. I may have talked to her before. And I scrolled down the line. Looked like another Veronica's here.
I just want to make a suggestion. And I would think it would be cool that when we do have ladies' night and we know that we are going to be introduced to like a ton of new people or like new people who come in the room, that we can like assign people like that is their job to know like this person came in, this person left, this is the person who wants to speak, like whatever. And so we can rely on that lady to be like the one that's like, hey, this is who we're speaking to next. So it can be organized. Otherwise, like we're like lost. Like, are there new people? We don't know. I don't know.
Anyway, so Veronica is one of our ladies. Did she speak up yet tonight? And we got KJ. She hardly ever talks. And then who did I say? Bree. She can, come in and say hi. I mean, that's ladies' night for ladies that don't get to talk a lot. Wait.
Yeah, I'm here. It's just I'm on a little 20-minute break at work, so unfortunately I can't really make it, but
all right. Well, thanks for saying hi.
There's also Stacy, who's new, Jenny. We talked to her earlier. I don't know if she can say hi to you.
Yeah, hello. I'm new to this server, but not new to the Flat Earth. Yeah, I'm from Australia, so I also think this would be a nice community to set up some like sun, moon sort of observations from different.
Oh yes, yeah, most definitely. We have a tag for that.
All right, that's cool. I'm new to the server, so
yeah. So if you look up and the moon's doing something crazy, and you're taking pictures, you can use the tag and get people. Oh, somebody else gave you a tag. All right, somebody gave you a tag just now. Yeah, there we go. Somebody got you. All righty, right. But yeah, doing simultaneous observations is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
In fact, that's kind of my pet peeve with the Eratosthenes quote unquote experiment, which couldn't be farther from that. But yeah, it's because it's all fine, well, and good that they got two data points, but God only knows what time it was when they did either one of them. It's like, seriously? I don't know if that maybe it doesn't make a difference because the whole thing doesn't really matter with, that it's just a story. We don't even know if the person was a real person or not.
Yeah.
Good Lord, we're talking about, wasn't that in BC? I don't have anything in front of me here, but
yeah, and I've just a little introduction about myself is since I've been into the Flat Earth, I've gone around and done a few curvature tests and stuff, sometimes beach observations, sometimes salt lakes, and in Australia we're blessed to have some pretty decent salt lakes. And currently, I've just not been lucky enough to find like good distance, because like the shoreline is, there's like in America, I assume there's like bigger rivers where you can see further through the distance and stuff. So I haven't really found a perfect location for getting conclusive results yet. But from my perspectives, I definitely sense it's flat.
Well, anytime you want to present your data and talk about it on Ladies' Night, please feel free to interject and say, hey, I got something. Because, you know, because we could be talking about some silly off topic or something like that. And so that would be something definitely we'd want to stop and listen to you.
Yeah, one of the coolest observations I've made is I went to a salt lake, and it's a 14-kilometer long salt lake, and I walked down 9 kilometers, so 18 kilometers there and back, and I marked out 1.5 kilometer stakes apart from each other, and the idea was, the stakes were really small because I didn't want to carry like a huge bag on my back. But the aim was to see if the stakes get more dipped as you see further out or less dipped. And anyway, the experiment was not really set up really well because...
Hey, you got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Trial and error.
Regardless of the holistic experiment not going to plan, a small part of small observation I made was that before the 1.5 kilometer mark, the sky started reflecting on itself previous to that calculation point, and that conflicted with my altitude and the distance from it where the horizon would be. So I showed one of my heliocentric friends, and I'd show him pictures, and he'd be like, oh, look at that clean line, that's definitely the horizon. And now with this data, I've been able to convince him that he now understands that if he sees a picture with like a clean cutoff line, which seems to be the horizon, it doesn't necessarily mean it's the horizon. So it's cool things like that where you can kind of make people realize that optics is really important. And I mean, you can't always trust your eyes. You need to like keep your wits about you and understand all the other effects which are taking place.
Well, I wouldn't be too hard on yourself about that it didn't go as you thought, because at least you're doing something, unlike a lot of people.
Yeah. And I'll get better at it eventually.
Please feel free to update us at any time. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, it's really helped me appreciate nature more and sparked more curiosity. So I've really enjoyed my phase of, coming to a new perspective of what the world is.
But most definitely collaborating with simultaneous observations. I think more people like to do the moon than the sun. That's what I hear more of, people talking about that rather than observing the sun. Because as you probably know, the moon is all over the place all the time.
Yeah.
But and I think it's wonderful that you're having these conversations with people in real life.
Yeah.
You're not just planting a seed and driving through a park saying, "Hey, the Earth's flat." You're like actually having a conversation with someone.
Yeah, I appreciate my friend who still believes in the globe has so much patience with me because, we completely think differently. But we both listen to each other. And I think an important part of being a flat earther is understanding what the whole idea of the heliocentric model is, and to try and understand what they understand so you can have context to why they believe what they believe, rather than just, yelling at them because they don't believe what they believe. Because no one believes something which they don't think is true. Everyone believes something because they genuinely, don't want to fool themselves or anything.
Well, it sounds like you have yourself a true friend that's willing, for both of you to listen to each other. I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, well, it was nice talking to you, but I'll mute myself now. Let other people talk.
Well, this is ladies' night, so you're free to talk and come back in anytime you want. So
yeah, okay.
Good to hear from you. And then we also have a Delco in here. At least I thought she was in. Yeah, yeah, she's still here. She must be away from her mic.
Is there anyone else that is like a globe that was just introduced to us that we can talk to? Any new earthers, flat earthers, anyone that is new to the server that wants to speak up? Because now is the best time to do such. If anyone can like see their names and maybe they're waiting for the name to be called on.
Doggone it.
Louisiana Cajun girl. I've never seen her in here. Well, and she's deafened, so okay, there we go. Greetings.
Okay, go.
Oh, she left.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, if we even start up from the bottom, so we have, if we're starting up from the bottom, we have Watt Weejay Vaughn. He's a Globe Skeptic, VC verified. Watt Weejay Vaughn. I don't even know how to fucking say that. I'm so sorry if I'm like mispronouncing. But do you have anything to say? Like, speak up if you do. There's so many people in here that even we're just like flat earther, and that's our only tag. We would love to hear your story. And that would be the truth acknowledges, or the truth acknowledged, and whatever. We also have Super Fluoride, which we know is like we've all listened to him numerous times. We really love Strules. I don't know how to say that, but Stacy. She was amazing. As we go through each one of them, there are so many people in here that I know that there are people that either, if people want to speak up, they can, is what it really comes down to. Like, do you have something to say? Then we're done. Like, we want to talk to somebody who wants to talk to us. If you don't want to talk to us, then there's nothing left to say. But it would be really cool if people wanted to talk to the ladies tonight on Ladies' Night, right? Like, is Matthew Learns here? There's so many people in here. Am I the only one willing to speak?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Matthew. Is that Matthew?
Yes, sorry. Yes, this is Matthew. Hi, how's it going?
Of course it's Matthew. I was just saying how there are like so many people. Like I don't even know. Like, so if I were to, I don't know how to do it, but like if you click on like how many people are actually in the live stream, you can figure out how many people are here.
54.
Okay, so 54. That's a lot of people. And we know for a fact that not all of them are flat earthers. And we know for a fact that not all of them are new to the server. So it'd be really cool to talk to some new people rather than the same people over and over and over again. But what might be cool is the fact that a lot of people that are new here are probably like scared to speak up because they're nervous and they just don't want to do that. And so maybe if they hear us talk to somebody who's a regular and we talk about subjects together, then they might feel comfortable to start speaking up in the future. So if we spoke to you, who's a regular, then maybe they could start to speak up. I don't know. What do you ladies think?
Or we could just talk amongst ourselves, the ladies.
There's that too. I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to figure out ways
especially ladies that don't talk a lot in here.
I agree. And so that's why I was thinking, Jenny, that like speaking with Matthew, who is like, we can have conversations where these people would not feel here. They can talk to Matthew. Like Matthew
Sure,
is
I'd be happy to talk for a few minutes.
easy to speak to. So any lady who even might be new, they can speak to Matthew and it would be an easy conversation. And we can show them how easy it is to speak about disagreeing topics and how people can disagree about things and still remain civil in the meantime, right?
I totally agree, yes.
It doesn't make you a sworn enemy. Like, we can disagree about shit and still come out friends in the end. And so I think there are a lot of people that are so afraid about speaking out and saying, I actually disagree about this or whatever. It's a problem in our world today, whether it's with politics, the shape of the earth, like whatever the fucking case may be. It's so silly that people are just so scared to talk about things that they disagree with one another. So I don't know. Whatever you ladies want to do, I'm all good. I'll sit back and listen, or let me know.
I'd be happy to bring up a topic too if somebody needs a topic.
I don't know, Jenny, what's going on? Do you have a topic? Do you want to talk about it? Maybe something happened. Jenny, are you still there? Hello?
We hear you, but I don't hear Jenny.
I know, neither do I. It's weird.
DC.
Maybe something happened. I don't know what happened. Well, what about all the other ladies? Does anyone have anything to say or want to talk to Matthew? I know we're coming into closing the end of the night, so I don't know. It would be interesting if the ladies can, like... No, what I'm saying is I think it would be cool to see, like, so Matthew is like such a perfect subject. He is amazing. He is willing to stand up and be like, fuck that shit. I will stand up and I will have these arguments with people, but I will stand my ground and I will never like make this something that's personal. So Matthew is a perfect.
I appreciate that.
he is a perfect ground for women to stand up and be like, okay, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with that. I like whatever, but it will always be civil. It's a perfect ground for them to be able to, like, try it out, have that conversation.
I think Matthew is a good guy.
No,
I don't
that's
agree
what I'm
with
saying.
him, but I think he's a good guy.
Exactly. I don't agree with Matthew, but I think he's a good guy, and that's my point. So he's a good ground for females to be able to speak to them if they're afraid of like coming up against other people, or females that are like, fuck that shit, like I'm going to just lambast on you. Matthew is also a good guy for that. Like Matthew, he's just a good guy to have this conversation with. So if we're still going to continue ladies night, then I would say Matthew, if there's no one else in the room, it would, especially for like if Stacy, she was the newest person to come in here. I can't remember what her name was. Stacy from Australia. Like her first interaction with having a conversation with somebody about like disagreeing, Matthew would be a great guy to have that conversation with, because he's not going to be an asshole,
Hey, Stacy, what's up?
Hello.
Yeah, there you go. It will be very kind and it will be a decent, and you have all of the people backing you up in the same conversation. So it's not like Matthew gets to like take a hold or anything like that.
So is Matthew a globe earther?
Yeah,
Yes,
so
I am.
Matthew is a globe earther. You are new here. You are a flat earther, and if you want to talk to him about anything, you don't have to do this. But if you wanted to, I mean, it's a gentle situation where you can actually just like be free to ask questions. And if he fucks up, we can intercept and be like, he's totally lying to you, kind of a thing. We won't let him get away with his theatrics. Let's just put it that way.
So would you like me to be the test study on a Matthew argument or debate?
No, and we don't even want it to be a test study. And I never even expected that any of this would happen. I was just like, we're lonely. Nobody's in here, whatever. If you guys want to have this, you do not have to have this. Period. If you do want to have this conversation, then trust me, when you have this conversation, you ask him questions. If he fucks up, we will come in and we will swoop in. Like, you don't have to feel alone. And I know that Matthew doesn't care if we swoop in because he believes in what he believes in. So if that makes sense to you, like, it's cozy. If you don't want to do this, I don't know how this even started, but yeah, you don't have to if you don't want to.
No, I might save it for another time.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I totally get that. There's no reason for you to have this conversation at all. Period. What I was trying to say, there's no reason to put somebody on blast like that. So I guess what basically is happening is that ladies' night is over. Nobody that wants to talk about anything. And we can just go back to
They're chicken.
I mean, fuck, man. I'm trying my hardest here to try and like make sure that ladies' night is like.
I don't know what happened.
I have something
I'm
to talk
sorry.
about.
I was just doing the dishes. I don't even know what happened. So are we ending? You want me to end? The
I
event?
I didn't want to, but
No, we
I
don't
guess
have anybody to talk
that's what
to.
is happening. Yeah.
We're trying to find somebody.
But
to
what's
talk.
so fucking funny, the funniest part about this is that as soon as ladies' night, there's going to be a shit ton of guys that speak the fuck up. And then they want to talk to fucking guys because they don't want to deal with us. And that's what makes me laugh the hardest. Like, oh, but you couldn't talk to us? Cool.
Oh, they're wimps then.
So, yeah, exactly. My fucking point. So
We're so scary.
People have. I mean,
They
it's
are
not
not
even
worthy.
necessarily. Yeah. It's not necessarily that they're whips. I think it. Like Paz's comment earlier that he, it seemed like he didn't want to talk to ladies because he was saying that people were too angry or whatever. It's kind of like people have. It's totally normal, I think, for men to have more emotions that come up. When they're talking to women, when they're talking to other guys, they do their little shop talk. And they go on and they discuss their minutiae about their shop talk and so on. So some men just some men just prefer that way. That's I can understand that. Some, especially the Globe dudes, like that guy that came in. I can't remember his name. The guy that was insulting Damsel. That they want to keep it.
they would rather talk to men.
Want a surface level, that type. They really can't handle the ladies because
Yeah,
they don't want.
they
to
would
cut
rather
through all
talk
of
to
it. They
men.
want to just, because then they can do their diverting tactics. I'm sorry to say it, guys, but some guys are just way easier diverted. It's like, oh, look at that squirrel over there. Oh, let's talk about the weather, about
Take
the
advantage
minutiae
of you
about.
guys.
I'm saying it's the opposite. Who said that? Was that Justin? That's so funny that you see
I
it
had
that
to
way.
do it.
I'm saying they take advantage of you guys. And he's in there saying that. That's funny.
I know.
That's
I just had to flip it on you.
Yeah, they take advantage of you guys because you're like, oh, my technical knowledge about the blah, blah, blah. For 100 years about some nonsense that has nothing to do with the earth is flat and stationary just as it appears. But I mean, you guys enjoy that and that's fine. To me, that's extremely boring. So just explain to you why the guys don't want to talk to the ladies. Jenny, I don't know what happened while I was washing my dishes. So anywho, I don't know if we're ending the event or what's going on here.
Well,
at one time you, Jenny, wanted to have a meeting of the for the ladies. I don't know if you still want to do that or if you're.
I do.
Can I get involved in that? Because I'll pretend I'm a lady.
Stop. Jenny was trying to talk, and I would like to have a meeting with the ladies as well. So let's listen to Jenny, please.
Okay. I am all for a meeting, but when I suggested to Dandelion a couple weeks ago, I kind of had in mind maybe we'd have more ladies here. So maybe I don't want to put it off, but I don't want us to talk about good stuff and then other ladies can't take part in it. You know what I mean? Because like Karma's not here. I'm trying to think of a few other.
Couldn't we do it? Like, I know that you said you joined it and then and like whatever, but couldn't we have that one meeting place where we actually we're like, cool, let's do this together, kind of a thing? I'm not gonna say what it is, but you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't. I apologize.
So if we all join something together, and we are all in that place, and we can message each other within that place.
Yeah, I like that idea, but we tried it.
Okay, so let's just put it out there into the world that we want to meet together at some point to discuss, the ladies' night is going fine. I mean, as far as I know, apparently something just happened I don't know about. But anyway, so I'm going to officially end the event, and then the guys like Justin can show how they are, so much better at it, and how everything that they told us in the text there. If we'd only said exactly what they said, everything would have been wonderful.
Guys take over.
And everything would be, all Globers would be flat, and there'd be
I
no
don't want to
Globers
say
left.
anything when you guys are talking.
So just to close that out real quick.
You know I am.
Why are you still talking?
So just to close
I
that
was
out.
scared not to talk.
So just to close that out real quick, when we have good attendance on ladies' night, I say we call it impromptu meeting. That's what I think.
Sounds good.
Good plan.
Happen.
It'll happen, right? It'll happen at the right time. I agree. Absolutely wonderful idea. No, you guys do a great job too. I didn't mean to turn this into the battle of the sexes. The guys here do an amazing job. I have learned a ton to the guys here, and I'm just teasing you all. You all do a wonderful job. So I'm just messing around.
So did we have that one guy come back? It doesn't have to be official ladies' night for me to talk to somebody. Who was that, Dandelion?
Burns did not get to go back to. Oh, Burns is here. Yeah, he's got to have eaten his pizza by now. Burns.
Yeah, we need to find that out first. We need to make sure he's done with his pizza before we start conversation.
See, it's ladies' night, and ladies first, regardless of if it's ladies' night.
Oh,
sorry. Go ahead.
So considerate.
Can I put in my 2 cents about why guys are hesitant to come in here?
Yes.
Tell us, Indio. Tell us.
I'll tell you why. It's because they come in here to win, right? And part of winning an argument is anticipating what the other person is going to say, their responses. And it's well known that women are unpredictable, so they come in here, they have no idea what the hell you're going to say or what your evidence is.
What the fuck did you say? You know
women
that women are unpredictable?
You think women are predictable?
I totally agree. And I would agree because that would just right there.
You don't think women are unpredictable?
No, we're not unpredictable. Guys are just as unpredictable as males are. Like, what the fuck?
I'm talking about from the male point of view.
That is a sweeping generalization that is unnecessary. Females are not unpredictable.
Oh my gosh, I totally think we are. Should we take this to the arena?
Hey, let me qualify what I
think
said.
we should take it to the arena because I don't think the females in general are unpredictable. I think that with the given circumstances that females are just as unpredictable as males when it comes to the given context of whatever it is that they're dealing with. That guys and girls across the board are both unpredictable exactly the same.
Okay, well, can I qualify what I meant? From the viewpoint of a man, it's easy for a man to predict the behavior of a man because you are a man. And I'm sure it's easier for a woman to predict the behavior of a woman because you are a woman. It's more difficult to anticipate what the other person, like what a woman is going to say as a rebuttal to your argument versus a man, because men have a particular way of thinking about a problem. So you can anticipate what the other person's going to say. Whereas with a woman, it's hard for a man to imagine how a woman analyzes the problem and anticipate what they're going to say.
How long have you been in the manosphere? Like, are you in the
I'm not in the manosphere. It's just
manosphere, like listening to what men are capable of and how shitty females are, and that females.
I didn't say that. Being different doesn't mean.
I know. I'm asking you a question because
I'm
it
not in
seems
the
like
manosphere. What are you talking about?
Conversation.
So now you're generalizing me. No, that's hilarious,
I'm not.
dude.
I asked
Yeah, you are. I'm saying I'm part of the manosphere. You're generalizing me.
I did not say that. See how emotional you're getting, which is super funny.
Emotional. I just think it's hilarious.
And I asked a question. And you got emotional over it.
I said I'm not part of the manosphere, and you continued on as if I am.
And that is fine. You can answer
I'm not. I have nothing to do with the manosphere. I actually don't even know what the fuck that is.
The question I asked. Wow.
It's emotional.
Interesting. You are.
It's emotional. I don't need your pop psychoanalysis. You don't know me.
I am not. You
don't know me from that.
I did. I never said that I did know you.
You don't know if I'm emotional or not. Believe me, if I'm emotional, you'll know it.
Over everything
if I was upset, you know it. If I was upset, just kick you off the server and it would be over. We wouldn't be having this conversation. You'd be wondering why you couldn't see the server name in your list here.
Because you're getting so emotional over a conversation.
Nobody's emotional.
Literally, I'm just trying to talk to you.
I think you're projecting.
There's no reason for this.
Listen, I think you're projecting your own fallacy,
dude. No reason for this. You were going crazy when I'm just trying to have a conversation.
You're talking no too. So let's just stop talking.
Nonsense.
Hey, anybody want to talk about the
Earth? That is amazing.
I know we can talk about
I was talking to.
Look, if you think there's no difference between the way men and women think, you're naive. Yeah, that's Indio, man.
Okay,
and if you think there's no difference between the way men and women think, you're naive.
I never said that.
This is a scientific fact.
I never once said that. I agree with you. There is a scientific fact that men and women behave differently. I agree with you 100% on that. 100%.
And part of predicting what somebody else thinks, you have to be able to think like them. And if you can't think like them, then it's harder to predict what they're going to do. That's all I'm saying. That's all I was saying.
No. I think that we agree way fucking more than we disagree. And I bet if we had a conversation outside of like the main room and me and you got down to down and like talked about this shit, that we would agree so fucking much, it wouldn't even be funny. Because I've done this shit with Dawn and like a bunch of other servers and like whatever. I agree wholeheartedly with what fucking men are and how much they represent our society and how fucking stupid bitches are in this world. And and I'm not talking about real, no, I'm saying that. So I'm saying it. That there are some dumb ass bitches in this fucking world, and that there are real women, and that there are real men and dumb ass fucking dudes. And so I'm saying, I think that if me and you sat down and had a conversation about this, we would agree way more than we disagree. And I think that what's happening right now is that we're taking like the top notch of like the basic points of everything and like disagreeing about it, but we actually really agree. So I would just hope that you would give me the time for us to agree on shit, because I think we're off the mark.
I think you just took me the wrong way. I wasn't saying men versus women are bad. I'm just saying as a general rule.
That's
it's
what
harder
I mean.
to think about it like this. It's hard for me to anticipate what somebody from Africa, the way they think about a problem, because they grew up in a different environment. The way they analyze problems is completely different than me, so I can't empathize with them. So it's harder for me to predict their behavior. Men look for easy wins. They're going to try and come in here and dunk, right?
Get it? Yes, of course.
If there's an unknown, you're not going to take that risk. So they're not going to come in here and take the risk of losing.
I'm saying, like, I think it would be really cool for us to have a fucking conversation. I think it would even be cool to like create like a separate room for us to have this fucking conversation in. Because I would love to discuss this with you further. And I think that this is something that is so... It's alongside even Flat Earth. Like, we have the manosphere, and then we have feminism, right? These two things are combating. And there are so many horrible problems with the manosphere, and there are so many horrible problems with feminism.
Nobody knows what feminism is.
Feminism is fucked up. It is horrible.
Nobody knows what it is.
I don't think that any woman... I would like to ask, does any woman in here agree with feminism today? Any woman, raise your hand and tell me that you agree with feminism.
Nobody knows what it is.
It's not going to fucking happen. And wholeheartedly, anyone who actually studies the manosphere as a man, there are fucking issues in that as well. So I think something alongside flat earth that people should be discussing.
We got a Glober.
I'm not against you on this, Indio. Like, I would love to discuss this with you further. I respect you, and I think it would be a great conversation. That's all I have to say. I think it would be a great conversation.
Well, what I was saying was just very narrow. I was talking about a very narrow, specific thing about why men would be hesitant to come in here is because they would perceive it as that's dangerous for me because I don't know what the fuck's going to happen.
Do you mean because of ladies' night or
like a lawyer? They
night?
say never ask a question that you don't already know the answer to. Right, and in a debate, you go in and you already want to know the answer to the questions. But
well, so my question to you would be: would it be because you're saying that they would say that because of ladies' night or any night that they would say don't come in here, or are you saying they would only say that?
They're afraid. That's all.
Because they're afraid of women, dude. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I mean. So it would be only on ladies' night, right? That you're saying that they would be afraid to come in here. It's only ladies' night, not any other day of the week. It wouldn't be a fucking problem. Guys would come in here. But if it was ladies' night, they would be like, dude, I'm not going to come in here because of ladies' is what you're saying.
We're talking about at the edges, right? So we're talking about, say 5 people would come in. Instead of getting 5, you'll get 3 because 2 of them are afraid. You see what I'm saying? It's not like a general rule like that.
Wait, hold up. But this is what's funny is that, like, I think a couple different people came in here and answered, and they're like, yeah, because of ladies' night, because of ladies' night, because of ladies' night. And I asked you, are you saying that because you think it's ladies' night, or do you think that would happen on any night, that dudes would not want to come in here because it's a ladies' night, or because a male is in here on any other night? Do you think that it matters when they came in here?
To some of them, because their mom wears the pants in the relationship.
See what I'm saying?
I think Globers are more hesitant to engage in a debate with a female than a male.
Okay,
and because on ladies' night it's all females, they have no choice.
These males keep answering for you, and so you are saying that you think that they would be more afraid to come in on ladies' night, which is fucking hilarious because actually, as even demographics show. And as we know, they're more willing to come in and talk to females because we are more lax and lenient and give them way more space than a fucking male would.
Yeah, but ladies make them nervous. They've never met one in real life.
I agree with that. I'm talking about in a debate context.
Fuck.
I'm talking about in a debate context.
And so that's what I'm saying is that actually what these people have been saying that, oh, they wouldn't want to come on a ladies' night more than a men's night or any other night of the week. Actually, they're more willing to come in on ladies' night because ladies are actually more lenient. And we actually are like, okay, well, what about this and what about that? And we're mothering, which actually helps you in your conversation about what women are.
For everybody. That what you just said does not go for everybody.
And I'm not saying that either.
Even
I'm not saying it goes for it definitely doesn't go for me. Jenny, if you know me on ladies' night, I don't fuck around. I don't fucking fuck around.
Okay.
Like I do not do
realize that this is a conversation night, not a debate night.
No, Jen's the one who came up with the idea for ladies' night. I don't know, 3 years ago, whatever it was.
Probably more like 4.
I think what you're trying to say is
the whole idea behind it is that because women. You're more social. The way you interact with people is completely different. We're abrasive, dude. Like, who wants to come in here and deal with our bullshit?
Totally,
like,
that's what I was trying to say.
The whole
there
point
are
was
still females that are abrasive.
Can you let India talk for a second?
Well, I realize that. I'm just talking generally. Generally, men are more abrasive than women. Obviously, you're the fairest sex, dude. We're a bunch of brutes. We're fucking animals. Anyway, that ain't the point. The point is to not only to give, it's not just so ladies can get a chance to speak, it's because your viewpoint and the way women approach problems and their ability to persuade is different in some respects better than the way men do it. So There's not one way to skin a cat, right? So we try to do every possible thing to give people the information, any method, anything. And that's the whole purpose of Ladies Night. It's just one more tool in the bag.
We are totally in agreement. But what we're talking about right now is about like males and females and what is what and this and that is that. And I think it's an epic conversation, something that shouldn't be silent.
Actually, pardon me. Okay. Actually, what India was talking about was how Ladies Night, the idea got started in the different.
And I heard it was Nathan who was the one who actually came through with it.
Why are we? I mean, we're talking
Nathan
about.
wasn't even on the server when the guy.
It was Nathan.
This came up on the old server.
I don't know. Dandelion talked about it earlier today as she was introducing Ladies Night tonight. She said, "You know, I put it off and I put it off, and when you put things off on here, somebody else would do something." And Nathan was the one. You said that Nathan was the one who created Ladies Night, right?
Still remember Nathan made him an events coordinator. I was just saying he created the, technical event this week for this thing. I wasn't saying Nathan.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's confusing because there's so many.
No worries.
I understand.
No
I was talking about Nathan.
I thought you were saying that you were putting it off for so long that Nathan created Ladies Night. So that's my bad. That's my bad.
It's I guess every time I say Nathan, I qualify. Which
it's
Nathan
all good.
About? We got so many.
I just think that, what me and Indio are talking about is something that, again, because this keeps coming up in conversation, it's something that should be discussed. So maybe this should be something where we create have this conversation about like manhood or womanhood or, whatever the case may be, because this is something to be discussed. And it is happening on every server on Discord. And of course, we're dealing with, trans people and gay people and all this different stuff and where the woman's role is or what women actually are or all these different things. And it's nothing to like get upset with each other over. It's something to like come together and be like, okay, well, what is it really? Like where are our places? And I actually have never disagreed with Indio on anything he's actually said. I don't disagree with him at all, but I will stand up and say, hey, there are also these other things or, whatever. Like, I just think that it creates more room for more conversation. And I keep thinking about, I don't know if you guys know who he is, but Dawn, the whole manosphere shit that comes with Dawn. And
nobody cares.
And this entire manosphere bullshit that is fucking going on. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with the manosphere. And I know where a woman's place is. And I respect that. And I am a fucking woman who is a wife and a mother. And I want that role in my life. But I also am not like, that means that I don't have a voice in anything. Like, that's not going to happen either.
I think, as far as this so-called manosphere and feminism, I think we all know what the purpose is.
It's a fucking problem.
The destruction of the family unit. Yes. Right?
Amen.
Because it's divide and conquer, obviously.
100%.
100%. And as long as people see through that, that's all there is to it. It's just a manipulation, just another mental manipulation on society.
I couldn't agree more, Indio. Like 100%. And that's why I think that these conversations keep like bringing us to like what we were just discussing. And then we think that like a person is against us when really it's like, fuck, if you give it 2 seconds, like you will find out.
You guys are speculating on like, why won't men come in here? Why isn't anybody talking to us? There's all these people in here. But like as soon as the men come in here, I was just speculating on why that might happen. That they're afraid to talk to you. That they're afraid.
And I agree with you. This is what I'm talking about. I keep saying I think we agree more than we disagree.
Yeah.
You get
listen,
what I'm saying?
I don't think we were ever on the same page. Yeah. I just think maybe you mistook what I said.
I think we are on the same page. I think we are on the same page.
Okay, well, never mind.
No, please, Dandelion, go.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I feel like you took offense to the term unpredictability. I think that's a great compliment. Like, call me unpredictable all day long. I mean, I've been saying for a long time.
You for sure.
Obviously. Oh, thank you, Indio. I appreciate that. Anyway, I mean, I've been saying for a long time that's our best weapon. I mean, what do we go up against? The NPCs, the literally programmed people. I mean, all of predictable. It does, I mean, male, female, whatever. It's like you're telling me women are unpredictable. Thank you. Yes, we're unpredictable. That's why we do have tons of people coming in on ladies' night. That's why it's a very popular event, even though I can't stand it. As I told you, the voice text, I've been trying to get rid of it for years. But anyway, we won't even get into that. Anyway,
unpredictability goes right alongside as originality.
Is what we need. Yes, we need to not give predictable response. That's what throws them off. That's what makes them start to think. If you ask them questions they've never been asked before, say things they didn't expect you to say, they expect us to be predictable. That's why they come in here half the time talking to some random imaginary straw man flat earther, not even talking to the people that are sitting right in front of them. That's why when, somebody gets triggered and starts going off like, I can't believe you said this. And I've done it too, like just freak out about whatever they say. It's like, yeah, then you're that's what they're used to. That's what they expect. If you don't really, react to their nonsense, remain non-reactive, but ask them unpredictable questions, give unpredictable answers, take the conversation in an unpredictable direction. If they start going off about gravity and you go down there is about, some nonsense about gravity, then yeah, that's very predictable. So yeah, I agree. Women are unpredictable. Let's keep it up. Let's all
see, but I wouldn't agree with that, because there have been women in this every night that I've been here with the ladies flat earth server that have destroyed males in ways that the men have never even thought of doing that. So yes, they are unpredictable in ways that can sometimes be quite genius. So to say that they're like unpredictable, like it's some emotional thing where we can never quite predict how they're going to. And that's exactly what I'm saying. I agree. I agree with that. I don't think
part of it is
was trying to say either.
Thing. Like, yes, I think men are sometimes unpredictable.
I think we're on point. I think we agree.
I'm coming from a different perspective. Cool.
Can I say one
we
tiny
had
thing?
Blang Blang. I want Blang Blang Kachang to know. I think in the voice text, he said he believes he lives on a globe about it. I don't know if he's actually presented any evidence yet, but Flob, are you going to talk about unpredictability or women?
Well, I was just going to say no. Well, kind of not unpredictability, but why the guys have such a fear of coming in to talk to ladies. It's because this society does not teach people how to interact, especially men to women. So they're deathly afraid of even interacting with women, let alone engaging in some sort of back and forth. Thanks.
You're going to make me comment, Gladflow, because I'm going to say that is part of the problem is that Blang Blang's going to talk, but to put a bow on that, I think Model Gee was a great example of that, where he kept interrupting the women over and over, but when the women, they were, like some women I think might have been talking over him, he was like having a little hissy fit, because in the old days, a man would be like, allow the woman to speak and so on. And you maybe even give her a little extra grace. But here it's like the opposite. Like they come in here as little babies, expecting and getting upset, if they aren't treated in a certain way. So for sure.
Correct.
Okay, so Blang Blang, you got your proof there for us?
Ladies, what do you want to talk about?
Blang Blang.
No, I don't have a proof for that because I've told that clearly in the chat. I don't. Yeah, I'm not well versed on the topic, but then what I want to add on is a person from Australia. She said one of her friends explained they've been tracking satellites just based on the Doppler effect. To add that, there's actually two more techniques for that. One is interferometry, and the next one is a toning range. So I'm not sure if that was just because that's it.
Perfect segue into men's night. Anyone want to take that one?
And
I can
give,
do it for the moment.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, brother. Keep speaking.
No. For a short introduction, I'm not a scientist. I think I've been, like I said, I've not spent enough hours on this topic. But all I can say is I've actually worked for a space organization, although it was in the manufacturing division. And and these were one of the papers that I actually came across, and we had to actually apply it apply on it for our propulsion techniques and also the manufacturing. How do I say, the processes that we do to make a satellite. And I work for ISRO, so I'm not sure if you guys have come across that organization. It's a government organization, so yeah.
I know. I haven't myself, but I just have one question. So you say, well, I've got more than one. You say you communicate with satellites, is that right? Or you know how to triangulate them from your position?
He's tracking them.
Doppler?
He's tracking them.
You track satellites with Doppler, yeah? Okay, cool.
No,
so how does Doppler radar tell you that it's communicating with a satellite in outer space? How does it say that to you? How do you know it's a satellite in outer space?
Through frequency.
And I feel, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it could be anything that you're communicating in at or with in the sky.
In this real quick.
Go ahead.
It should only take a second. So, you know that plasmas have a negative index of refraction?
No, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so the so-called ionosphere is a plasma of ionized particles. So we know that there's an upper layer that's ionized particles. Plasmas have a negative index of refraction. That means normal refraction. Everything is backwards.
Yeah.
Everything is backwards. So Doppler effect is actually a phase shift, right? You're going to measure a phase shift in the electromagnetic radiation. So everything is going to be backwards. You're going to get a phase shift just from the fact of it's traveling through a negatively refracting medium.
Yeah.
This isn't my opinion. You can just look it up. Google negative refraction ionosphere.
Zero
or negative refraction plasma.
Means opaque.
So you get weird effects. The energy is actually in. I'm not going to get into it because it's technical. And if you don't know like, you know what the pointing vector is? Pointing vector, you know what that is?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, those are.
No, but
anyway,
I'd like to.
I'm not going to get into it. So there's.
Yeah, I know.
It's just. Okay, so you know what refraction is, right?
Yeah. No.
Okay,
I told you.
Negative refraction.
I'd like to hear.
Go on. Sorry. Go ahead. I'd like to hear what?
No. I told that I'd like to hear. Like you were talking about a paper. Is there a paper on which I could read about that? Because, or is it something that I'm missing?
Yeah. I had one the other. I mean, there's actually a Wikipedia article about it. So this is back in the 30s and 40s. They knew that they could communicate long distances, but they didn't know how. Like, the Earth's supposed to be a globe. How can we send these radio transmissions 10,000 miles? Like, this is impossible. So they came up with this theory that there's an ionosphere. And this was experimentally proven with what they call ionosounds. They sent up high altitude balloons. They detected this plasma. So they came up with the theory that the only way that this is possible is a negative refraction happening, negative refraction effect.
What?
So I'll give you, I have a paper, it's called High Frequency Transmission. Hold on, I'll just find it. Hold on.
Negative refraction?
Negative refraction.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, if
high frequency radio communications with emphasis on polar problems.
It says negative refraction occurs at interfaces between materials at which one has an ordinary positive phase velocity, that is a positive refractive index, and other has more exotic negative phase velocity. But they're not talking about any materials that has a negative.
That's metamaterials. That's metamaterials. This is a plasma. This is plasmas exhibit negative refraction. Not my opinion. I'll post a citation.
yeah.
Hold on, give me a second.
No, it's okay.
Fourth state of matter, plasma.
He said that's okay because he's. Does that mean you're not going to look at what he's going to put out there?
No, I said I'll wait. That's okay. I mean, he can take his time.
Yes.
Plasma, and then there's Bose-Einstein, the fifth state, isn't it?
So what convinces you that that radar's picking up a outer space satellite?
No, like I said, I studied this paper and I was working for ISRO in the manufacturing division. So we had to read this paper, and we were probably, manufacturing satellites with this, or probably one of our